All right, welcome back to Black Lodge Trivia Night, checking out Lord of the Rings Online. We're going to see how this goes. Yeah, we're going to see how this goes. I was about to start recording. Well, first of all, I hopped in and then I just started playing. Forgot to hit record. So that was the first thing. Second thing is then I started the recording. It might sound a little funny. I was talking with my water, dumped some of it on my sweatshirt here. So apologies for that. And then took a sip and had to go down the wrong pipe and then nearly dropped dead, stroking out from coughing. So this is take two. I'm still like, So we'll see if this goes any better. But yeah, here we are. We're in the Lone Lands. We're level 18. You can see the experience bar along the bottom. A little bit is blue there. That's sort of the bonus XP for being away for a while. And we have some quests here in the Lone Lands. We're supposed to be killing some crows. That's actually I did that, and then I realized oh shit I wasn't recording. We have a quest to go visit the Forsaken Inn. We have a quest here to kill a bunch of orcs. So let me hand in the crow quest that I did when I realized I wasn't recording and get that done.
What do you need?
Yeah, you can see 1,300, it's a big chunk of our bar. It's not bad. Because they're orange, they're red. I like the fact that going to the Forsaken Inn is actually a red quest, which means it's like, what is it, 4 levels above us? 5 levels above us? 5 levels. So that should be a decent amount of XP just for showing up. It's my take on fatherhood. I should get a lot of rewards just for showing up, right? Is that how it works? No? Okay. Yeah, so I apologize. My voice is probably still scratchy from my near-death encounter. The lobster pot tried to murder me, and you heard it here first. It's just like, oh my god, like I can't even swallow a sip of water anymore without dumping it all over my shirt and nearly drowning. This guy, is he a signature or is it just... Oh, they're signatures. Okay, I was about to say, he's got a lot of XP and I'm not... HP, I mean, and I'm not taking it seriously as I just sort of do whatever. Okay. Obviously, you can say I killed some of these guys as well while I was walking around killing crows. Not going to get the boot off, but... Oh well. So that's the beginning of part 3. That's how it went. My first attempt was an abject failure. But I wanted to get back to this because for my sort of like, hey, let's take a look at this, I think you should look at it too series here. I think this is going to be the last one for now. Not to talk about things like scheduling and blah, 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 but, like if I'm looking at like what we have coming up. These 3 sessions, basically, I think I was saying this before, take us to when Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out. And I'm dying to play that. Although I will say there's been some really nice, let's see, 6 of 8. Some really nice nostalgia. They, a lot of these games I've played before, right? So there's some comfort in that. There's like, it's like going back to a favorite movie or a favorite book. Especially in this game where, like I said, the first 50 levels, the Angmar original is, I think, amazing, and I don't care much for what comes after. At least from what I've seen. Maybe some of it gets really good. So I got two of these guys on me. Let me build up a little defense in case one of them is... Nope, I guess neither of them are signatures. That's helpful. But hopefully you've seen from this, if nothing else, that the Shadows of Angmar, when you focus on the book quests, while the mechanics are very much an MMO, the rest, you know, there's some really good stuff here. That's, you know, all I love the idea that this game still exists, you know. I think I said 2007, so that's, you know, 17 years after the fact. It's still a thing. So I think that's amazing, and I want that to continue. For as long as possible, because I think this has been a really special experience. I think this is sort of a one-of-a-kind game in the MMO space, in any space, but yeah, I just think there's a lot to love here. Let me see how this goes. I'm going to set up an ambush and then hit the other guy, because that's going to knock him out. So it didn't put him down for long, but it gave me enough time to get the other guy almost halfway down, so that's not a bad start. Not that I need to worry about that too much, but... Five of 6. Now I need a ranged... Is he ranged? He is. So let's again set him up with an ambush if he's not out of range. Gives a chance to get up there without getting hit. Put a bleed on him. Build up some defense for no reason. And then just pound him into the ground. There we go. Okay, that one's done. But let's head down to... Let's head to the Forsaken Inn. The idea of the Forsaken Inn is something I sort of flat out stole for the, not flat out, it's not that direct, but something I borrowed from a little bit for the homebrew fantasy world I was creating. The idea is that, you know, the Forsaken Inn in this game is sort of like the inn at the edge of... Feels a little bit like the inn at the edge of civilization in a way, right? We're heading out from the Bree lands into everything else, where, you know, evil's more present. You're seeing like orcs everywhere, you know. It's much more unstable, dangerous. It's sort of like I imagine like the Old West. Like you leave St. Louis and then, you know, St. Louis would be the Forsaken Inn or something, I don't know. And then what's out there is just, you know, whatever you make of it. I think I'm too far north. So for my homebrew world, it was sort of a mix of that idea and like maybe Jamestown. Old Jamestown in Virginia, the way, you know, you land the ships, you basically get 10 feet inland. You say, let's give it a go here, and then it goes horribly wrong. That's sort of the beginning to how I pictured my homebrew world. So And I will say, like, you know, once I actually started thinking about it, I'm like, oh yeah, Jamestown seems like an analogy. But the thing that sort of popped into my head when I was sort of trying to figure something out was this image here, this inn that's barely standing, right? I'm gonna make my I'm gonna set it for here. I should set it for Bree, but we'll figure that out. Let's go talk. So what I might do is I'm going to obviously do the quest itself. I might just grab a bunch of quests here without necessarily any intention of doing them, just to have them, and if I'm able to turn them in as I do other things, great. So let's see, Forsaken and Forlorn.
Can't you leave me to my misery?
Let's see how many XP that gets just for talking to this guy. Another almost 1,200, nice.
I'm sure it will do no good.
So there's a missing cart. You know, we're going to go, if we see it in our travels, we'll do it. This guy's collecting pottery shards. Great, don't really care about the narrative. But as I say, they do a decent job filling that in if you want to read it.
May I speak with you?
But the main thing is that we have the inn and, you know, everything east of us is getting overrun by goblins and orcs, and that's just going to create all sorts of problems. Wagons go missing, people go missing.
Could you help me with something?
You know, this guy used to go find things in the ruins, but can't anymore because of the goblins. This guy's got a lot.
Might I take a moment of your time?
Again, it's like collecting trade bundles because, again, goblins have crept into the Lonelands. I'm just grabbing them all.
I'm sorry to trouble you, but
Collect scabbards from the goblins.
might I take a moment of your time? I don't know if you can help me. How may I help you?
Guy sounds like he's got a confidence problem. Let's go over here to repair our equipment. I seem to have better... Now this is a massive pile of copper scraps, but it looks like it's worth a gold piece. So they're just throwing money at me at this point. Can't do that yet. Yeah, there's some stuff here I should be equipping. I need to become a journeyman. I haven't done that yet. Not a journeyman, a scholar. Let me see. 7. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Okay, this is good stuff. Let me look at my equipment. Let me just get. I think I need to equip this necklace because I don't have that on yet. There we go. And then let's. There was something that was better. It was like a shoulder piece. But again, I think it's this one. I do wish there was a way to make this better without making the entire UI bigger. But otherwise, was there a pair of gloves? I know there's a bunch of stuff that I didn't have the level for yet, but I'm going to put all that stuff here. Oh, is this thing? We need to replace the pink one. Okay. Yeah, at some point I just need to open all these gifts and just, I don't know, deal with whatever's there. So here we go. Let's talk to this guy real quick. We've got a couple more things to sell. Okay. So we've sort of loaded up on quests, but the main thing we want to do is deal with... So we've got talking to Candath at his camp, so Candath. So we can go back and do that. There's a couple people out here that have stuff to do. Let's just talk to them.
Would you do something for me?
Collect tusks. I actually don't know about that. But if we look at our thing now, we're just going to have stuff everywhere. Man, given how, okay, I was about to say, given how this afternoon's gone so far, I just want to make sure I haven't been muted the whole time. So, yeah, it was a funny thing, speaking of muted. When we started this Black Lodge Trivia Night, you know, Matt's got a podcast already called History on the Table, and he does a good job. It's very well produced. And so one of the things we talked about when we were getting ready to start Black Lodge Trivia Night is we wanted to have certain bars that we met, and one of them was a certain level of audio quality. Now, because I do some kinds of production for a living anyway, you know, I had some equipment already. I have a Rodecaster Pro 2, which is probably overkill on some levels, but when I would work, when I wasn't working remotely, I would have certain kinds of equipment, and you get your workflow, right? You get used to what you're used to, and so when I started working from home, I wanted to set that up. Sometimes I look at what I have and I'm like, this might be overkill. This might be, but I literally make my entire salary here. And so when I started putting into those terms, it sort of made it a little bit easier. Like, yeah, you know what? If this is what this setup does. This is what it allows me to do. It allows me to pay the mortgage, keep the lights on. So given that, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna set it up right and go from there. I have a couple different. The microphone stuff. That's a little stupid. That part is a bit of the rabbit hole that's turned into a hobby. Like, I'm not going to go start doing microphone reviews. I don't know audio enough to talk about it intelligently, and that's sort of where I was going with this. So, because I don't know what I'm doing, it takes me a long time to figure out how to get a microphone to sound the way I like. And even then, it probably sounds like crap. I mean, you guys have been listening to this, you know how bad it can sound. But there was a firmware update on the Rodecaster, and it had been out for a couple months, so I figured should be okay, right? So I start installing it, and I've never had this happen before. I've done a couple of firmware updates on the Rodecaster Pro, and I go to, it loads everything, it restarts the device, and then all of a sudden it's like factory reset. I don't know why, I don't know how. I don't think it's something I did, but again, maybe I just wasn't paying attention and was like, hey, by the way, this has to do with factory. I have no idea. I don't know if there's a way to save all your microphone settings off of the device. But since I didn't know that I was about to factory reset, it didn't occur to me that I would need to do that. Need to worry about that. So I turn it back on, and all of my microphone settings are just gone. Not just all my microphone settings, the audio routing, everything I had ever customized, set up, personalized, just erased. And so I was like, huh. And I can't just recreate what I did because, one, I didn't write it down, and two, because I never quite know what combination turns into the magic sauce, right? Is it just the equalizers, or was it, the bass boost or whatever? All these different settings that do all these different things that, I just sort of stumble upon mixing and matching until I'm like, oh, whoa, that one at this stage of the process is doing the thing that I want. I don't know which path got me there, but now I'm getting close, and now I'm going to dial it in. All gone. And so I'm just sitting there going Jesus. All right. And with that, I'm like, I need to get this set up because I've got some recording to do. So I'm curious to see how this sounds. This is the Earthworks Ethos. It's sort of like it's a broadcast condenser microphone. I've got three main microphones. Earthwork Ethos is one I've always wanted to use. And so finally I'm like, let's give it a shot. I've got an SM7B, which you've seen on camera. You've seen this one on camera a little bit too. And then I also have, what is it? Austrian Audio. OC18. That's the sort of rectangle square one that you see. That's the one that probably, I don't know if sounded the best is the right. It sounded closest to sort of what I think my voice should sound like. It doesn't necessarily what it exactly sounds like, but the first recording I did with this was Vason, which should be going up or will be up by the time you see this. And you know, when I was going through it listening for, you know, pops, noises, anything.
I'm sorry to trouble you.
Not smoke alarms, can't do anything about that. But
I'm sure it will do no
after a while I was like, you know, I feel like I'm hearing what people talk about sometimes where if you have too much treble, you can get sort of like listening fatigue for like a long-term podcast kind of thing. I was like, yeah, I think I'm hearing that a little bit. And so that was always the event. So I was like, okay, let me dial that down. And I thought I had dialed it back and gotten it going. And then, you know, the second Lord of the Rings online session was recorded with those new settings to try and mitigate that, but I didn't know if I made it then too boomy. So it's like all these stupid questions that you sit there listening to, right? Trying to figure out, like, what exactly do I need to do? Because, you know, we're trying to do a decent job. And then, so I was tweaking that, and I was like, oh, I think I solved it. And I'll just do the third part of the Lord of the Rings recording before our next, you know, tabletop session, and make sure it's all good. And then it was all gone. The microphone I struggled with the most was the Shure SM7B. There have been times where I've just wanted to, like, say, fuck this and get rid of it. Because, like I said, I don't know what I'm doing, so it's, in my mind, a tough mic to EQ. Maybe other people don't think so, but for me, it's been a very tough mic to EQ, but when it gets something decent, then, well, it's something I think is decent. You are well on your way to becoming a hero of the Middle-earth. It is time to head to the Lone Lands. I'm there, baby. That's interesting. They just give you a quest to point you where you need to go next. I don't think that was there. In the past. So it's kind of nice that they sort of give you some guardrails to get you where you want to go. Anyway, yeah, so the SM7B was such, and I know like the Rodecaster has settings where you just hit this, hit that, and it's like an automatic tuning. I don't know if my voice is just total shit, but it always doesn't quite work when I do those. But I felt like I had sort of dialed in the SM7B decently. The OC18 was pretty easy to dial in. I thought I had that decent. And then I thought I finally had gotten this one on board before it all got deleted. And this one's going to sound... So this is the first time... So I'm sort of testing this out because tonight we're going to be doing some more Menace Under Otari. And I wanted to make sure this worked in practice before the actual play sessions with other guys was on the line. But now I'm realizing, because I nearly choked to death before when I tried to record this the first time, my voice is all scratched up. But I've probably said this before. The reality is that I imagine nobody actually cares. You know, as long as you're in the ballpark of audio quality, is probably fine for most people. But we were trying to figure out ways. Separate ourselves is not the right word, because I check out a lot of other actual play podcasts and stuff, and I've basically enjoyed them all, just because at the end of the day none of that actually matters. The important part is that everybody's having fun. They're the story's cool, whatever, watching the people play a role-playing game is fun. The rest is just gravy. But part of our hope here was that we could set a certain standard for ourselves and try and hit it. Anyway, so I don't know if I did something wrong with the firmware update, or if it just, yeah, I don't know. But now I know I got to be careful, or maybe I'll just never update the firmware again. So this is it's called a condenser, a broadcast condenser mic, and what the idea there is that it's supposed to have some of the detail, all the advantages of a condenser mic, while at the same time, I guess, having the rejection, having a lot of the qualities you get from an SM7B that, make it easy to listen to for long periods of time. So the problem I've always had with the SM7B is that for my particular voice, I always feel like I have trouble getting it out of the sounding like mud and crap. Sounding like mud is the actual point.
How can I be of service?
So it's a tricky balance for me to just get it out of sounding like mud, but not
Will you help me?
sounding like too boxy or too scratchy, like it's all treble or, who knows what.
Sorry to trouble you, but will you help me? Might I take a moment of your time?
And I felt like I mostly got that. It's always going to sound in my ears a little, just because of the kind of voice I have. But I felt like I kind of dialed it in decently to make it. And I will say, like, when I was listening to the last, the Vason with this one, and then I went back and listened to the SM7B stuff, I'm like, yep, no. Yeah, sure, it's maybe more clear, more detailed, but I'm getting a lot of that top end, and after editing for a couple hours, I'm just like, yeah, like I'm feeling that. I am feeling that that fatigue that people sometimes talk about. That since I'm not an audio guy, I'm like, is that really a thing? Maybe I just don't hear it because I'm not really listening. But no, it was there. And that's sort of what's been, tricky about these Lord of the Rings sessions, is that, they're 4+ hours long, because I wanted to do some deep dives. Hearing some... like I'm hearing some sort of otherworldly spirits going on here. Okay, so I'm trying to return this pendant. It's telling me I should talk to somebody here or talk to the ranger, but I'm not seeing anybody here to talk to. Now with all these, I guess I could turn this off. Yeah, but I'm not seeing anybody with like a gold thing over their head that would accept a hand-in for a quest. So what do we need to do for the book quest? I mean, as you can see, we've got like 1,200 quests going on. We need to talk to Candate at his camp. Okay, let's start making our way back to the camp. We'll kill a bunch of stuff on the way, see what that gets us toward. All right. Anyway. So that's and you know that happened. I'm like, you know, what was I doing? I was doing some Black Lodge stuff. Oh, you know what it was? For some reason I decided I was going to stay up in the evening. And I was doing some probably video processing for Black Lodge. And then I was like, yeah, let me work on my spy stuff, which it's really interesting. I don't know if that's going to be any good, but like in the last week, a lot of things sort of gelled. And it's one of those crazy things. Like, had we started running it even like a month ago, it would have been a very different thing that probably I would have been personally disappointed with. But just because, you know, scheduling had to delay, you know, whatever, so we slipped other things in until we could get all three of us together for it. A lot of things started to click. And I'll be curious to see how it goes. Again, the basic nuts and bolts holding everything together are design mechanisms Mithras. But I've tried to streamline some stuff, change some things up. You know, the way, like, in Mithras, you have, like, passions, right? And this is probably, I don't know if this is a rune quest. This all stems from there, so I could see it. And, but I was like, okay, and you sort of track specific ones, and then you can, and they're percentile based, so you can use them as a skill if you need, like, hey, do I do this, yes or no? You can sort of, like, test your passion to see if it works. You could use it to modify there's a way to, quote-unquote, augment other skills. So, like, if you're doing a streetwise check, but one of your passions is, you know, agoraphobia or something, so you don't actually like being out in the open, you know, you could use that agoraphobia to modify negatively the streetwise, you know, or something, right? And there's ways to do that. And I was like, oh, that all works really well. It's some of the stuff I really like about Mithras. But I was like, let me see. But it gets specific, right? And so I am trying to do a spy game. And I'm like, I want you to be able to have, like, cover IDs. I want you to be able to have, like, assets out in the wild. I want you to be able to have resources, friends on the inside. I wanted to do all those things, but I didn't want it to have to be, like, track every single one. And so I was trying to come up with, like, ways to sort of lump those together that might make sense and blah, blah, blah. And all of my solutions might be total crap, but they didn't exist a week ago. It was sort of a process of you know, start with Mithras, realize there's a system here that is designed for this, which was Gumshoe. Just sort of admit to that and deal, and just sort of accept it, even though I wasn't thrilled. And then be like, no, what am I doing? Why am I gonna, you know, after I prep it for a while, I'm like, no, why am I doing this? You know, I don't want to run Gumshoe right now. Going back to Mithras and then revisiting everything and going like, you know what? Yes, this is the right call. And also, now that I'm stepping back a bit, let me XYZ. So it's been a fun process. It's going to be a disaster, but it's been a fun process. So White Hand Lobber to our left is very patiently waiting his turn, and sir, I appreciate it. He's got that thing over his head, which is going to do like an area of effect, fire attack. There we go. So I'm going to pull back, make him come to me. I don't actually know. Clearly you're seeing where that is impacting, but I don't know how much. I've seen high level, specifically Warden play, where the guy's like running around, circle strafing, and I'm like, does that stuff matter? Like, does your actual movement dictate anything? Because as you can see, I just like plant and get to work, but I should. Oh man, I'm never gonna remember the name of it. He does a lot of Lotro stuff online. If I can remember, and I won't, I'll try and link to his channel. I'm just assuming, because I have so many things, that killing these guys is going to do something. So I've got a couple different things. I'm adding poison to goblin food barrels. I'm defeating the Packmaster Luz, collecting warg tails. I'm collecting crow feathers, boar legs, all sorts of weird stuff. I don't think these guys are going to do anything for me. I need to kill... Oh, no. Okay, I was going to say I need to kill goblin spear throwers. Okay, that should do it. And this one's going to clear whatever this 9 of 10 quest is. I thought I got a couple new gambits. What is it? 3-2-3? Is that a new one? No, that's the healing. 4-2-4? Oh, I'll never know. All right. Piercing strike. Did I already have that one? Oh, there's Luz. I need to beat him. Can I pop him from here? Get him to join the fight. There we go. As you can see, the bleed took care of him. This is going to be a signature guy, so sort of have to pay attention. So again, I'm in the hole right now for morale. 534 to his 582, but now I'm about to cross over, and now I have the advantage. And once I get to that point, wherever I am in the bar, even if I'm like really low on health, once I get past that threshold, I feel like I've got the fight. I can, at least with a warden, I can figure out defenses, heals, something that will get me through. I can start clicking on, like, you know, shield bonus, anything, healing potions. But yeah, you can see there's like goblin camps springing up. Like this part's starting to fall.
I don't know anything, I'm sure.
Are we not going to cut this guy free, or? These cursed goblins captured me after I made an honest effort to trade. I know it was wrong, but a man's got... Okay, so he was so he was like crossing the line there. He hasn't had a square meal since heading north. If you don't help me, I'll be lucky to last the night. These goblins keep saying they want to trade me to orcs at Midgewater Pass. If you take me southwest to the Forsaken Inn, I'll give you some coin and... Okay. So these are the food barrels I've got to poison. Just deeds everywhere flying at me. I don't know what they are. I don't know what to make of them. Guess I better keep up with them. Because again, if you know anything about escort quests in this, they're going to run by every single enemy. Nope. Okay, that should do it. Get the bleed going. Get some defense going for no reason. Oops, alright. Got stunned. He's off to the races. Okay, I gotta get over there. Do a little area of effect. Alright, there should be 4 of 6. Let me take some loot. Hopefully Pengale doesn't get himself killed while I'm being greedy. Alright. I gotta be a little bit more careful. He's in decent shape, but he keeps taking on 2 or 3 things at once, and it's... Okay, now he's fully healed again, at least. Luz, you son of a bitch. He's back. Whoa, 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 whoa. I get the feeling, but man, this is not the time. I'm gonna bring everybody. Okay, I'm gonna switch to Luz here. Because he can heal, apparently. Do a little area of effect damage, see if I can hit them both. Get a little bleed going on Luz. Nope, I screwed up the order. Let's try again. Screwed up the order again. There we go. So I think that howl unsettled. Yeah, so it gives me like sort of a fear effect. It's doing some damage over time. Doesn't look like that's something I can interrupt. And then, like I said, usually I don't actually pay much attention to the specifics because most of the time, who cares? You can just sort of mow through everything, but... It's time to slow roll this part of the escort quest. Let's slow it down a notch with some smooth jazz to get in the mood. We can do this faster, sir. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but offline on our Discord, you know, when Matt, Patrick, and I planned stuff. Oh, we got it. Good. It's kind of crazy, all the things that are flying around, all the things we want to do and get to, but I think Matt's going to have some updates at some point about some of our Pathfinder, where that might be headed, and it's looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. All right. Okay. Guess he's good. Still looking for boar legs. Yeah, again, it's like you know, if you line up all these quests and you don't really read them, you just end up like tripping over yourself. Like, oh, okay, I guess I'm getting 2 of those and 1 of those, and I need 3 of that. And it's just all happening every time I kill something. Defeat White Hand Thrasher. How was that the first time I've collected a boar tusk? I guess these are called Broken Tusk. Maybe, okay. Maybe there's something to the name. I need to find the ones that aren't Broken Tusk, and maybe that gives you the Boar Tusk. There we go. I think I was saying this last time. Like, I don't like in MMOs where, like, collect boar tusks, but you only get them a third of the time. So for the 3 you need, you got to kill 9. Like, I hate that kind of crap. Just like, you know, every quest is so disposable. So just, I'm going to do a million of them anyway. So just give me the crap. Don't make me kill umpteen of them just to get the one thing. Wish there was a way to zoom in on that area map. There's a way to zoom out, obviously, but what it is what it is. So if you know, so I can't, like, there's a whole series of interesting ruins here. You know, but you can't. Long tusk. Okay, that makes sense. Nope, I guess I'm going to do both. Phrasing. Get one of the more powerful heals going. It should keep up with them and then go back to AoE, but now one's down, so I'll get some bleed going. The heal seems to be taking care of itself so far. Make sure the bleed sticks. That should kill it. Get another heal going just to make sure I'm topped off. And voila. Coney, obviously, is another name for a rabbit, I think, or it's a kind of rabbit. I don't know which. But I never put everything together until I was older that conies are rabbits, and Coney Island in Brooklyn, that's why it's got its name. Just never put the two together. I think I got that right. So mostly, you sort of, you know what you can see, like if you hover over, that's a person. Level 115. Right? Yeah. So you can see 33,000 HP. It looks like it's is it a lore master? Once you get to a certain level, if you want, you can, like, you get, like, certain bonuses for doing deeds, like kill 30 goblins in this area, kill 20 things. And so when you get to a higher level, at some point you might be like, yeah, you know what, I think I want to go get those deeds and start buffing them up and blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure, is it, there's L's or there, what's J? J is this. I guess we probably have some points that we could spend. Yeah, you know, since we're doing bleeds, let's increase that potency. So racial traits, each race has its own unique set of traits that can be earned by completing specific deeds. This is what I was talking about. So how do you not earn? So I haven't earned it. So return debris is one of them. You might get that at level 20. I'm not sure exactly. Not exactly sure how you get that. But some of those are worth getting. Like this strength of morale is like a huge. Oh, I thought it was bigger. It's sort of like a health potion that you can reuse every 30 minutes. That's worth getting. So a couple of them are really worth trying to figure out how to get them. Some of them are whatever. Now, virtue traits, I think you also get by doing deeds. And of course, you can pay money to accelerate and blah, blah, blah. And so you have slots for these. Let's see. And you can see, like, you can unlock all of these. And now there's certain virtues that are good for your class. So for, like, a warden, you probably want something that boosts valor because it's critical ratings. I think zeal is good because, again, it's physical critical ratings. One of them does a bunch of vitality. I don't know if it's loyalty. I mean, this does, but maybe there's a better one. So anyway, and then you can just sort of equip those as you get them. And they give you a little boost. So now I'm going to get a little bit more armor, a little bit more maximum morale, and et cetera, et cetera. And of course, you can sort of respec as needed, so you could set them up for your, player versus environment, and then one, if you're going to go on raid, so you don't have to worry about that too much. So I think I'm mostly done killing goblins. I don't need to, but I did need to poison barrels still. I was saying, I think in the last session, that one of the reasons I like the Warden is because you feel like you're out there alone on the front line, sort of, because at this point in the story, we're supposed to be losing. And so it feels like, the evil of Mordor is creeping all over Middle-earth, and, we're just the last line of defense, barely holding it together, etc., etc. One of the best parts about playing the Burglar was that when I was doing these kinds of quests, it's like, the odds are stacked against you. You're not going to win. Just sneak in, poison the food, get out, like strike the blow. And it just felt very thematic. Where here it's just like, yeah, strike the blow, poison all of them. But of course you're going to kill all of them to get to the barrels you want to poison. So, all right. I thought this might cause some dread, but I guess it's not that powerful of a relic. All right, so we've got that done. Collect warg tails. Oh, Pengale, you stupid son of a bitch, you got yourself caught again. Okay, so, I can't even keep track of what I'm doing. Boar tusks, wolf tail, like, holy cow. We have Pathfinder tonight. I should probably be looking over the rules again, but that's Matt's problem, right? Kind of raises an interesting question, though. Maybe not so much if you have like an in-person group that meets regularly and blah, blah, blah. But if you're playing online games, especially if you can only get together like once a month, once every couple of weeks, et cetera, how much of learning the rules is on the player and how much, it's just sort of has to fall on the DM. Like if you want to run this, then you've got to, you can't expect your players to remember this or that between sessions. I always lean towards it's my job as the I'll figure out the rules, you just bring the characters in the story. I can't ask you to shoulder the burden of both. And it's not because it's, too much work on it, but you just, I don't know, does that take some of the fun away from it for players? I don't know. So like right there, I killed a long husk whatever, and no husk to be had for the quest. I can't stand that. Unless I misread it, but I thought that was a long husk. Nope. Let's see if I can thread this needle. Okay, still no tusk. All right. Let's start handing stuff in. Because I have the lifetime thing, I get a bunch of Lotro points every month. So I'm just gonna start burning.
I'm sorry. Did he need something?
So a lot of times when I'm looking at stuff here, I'm looking for either shields, weapons, blah blah blah. But if I can't do that, I'm looking for vitality. So 13 maximum morale, when I could get more vitality, I think is better.
Oh, okay, mate.
There we go, level 20. Gundabad allegiance is available. I don't know what that means, but I imagine it's another thing you can grind. Yeah, I'm not going to do those.
Might I take a moment of your time?
Talk to somebody about the free ale, but what I really want to do is, hand in quests and then keep going on the books. But
I'm
you can
sorry.
see
Did you need something?
I'm going to pick the Scholar Scroll because maybe someday I'll actually figure that out and set it up.
Oh, can't you leave me to my misery? Woe to me.
So both of these are worth, so I'm going to take the one that's worth more money.
I don't know if you can help me.
And again, I'm just going to... Yeah, I'm not going to do either of those. I am just going to keep taking quests, but mostly now I think I'm going to focus on the book because I've gotten to level 20. I'm almost to level 21 at this rate.
Leave me to my misery.
So...
Can't you leave me to my misery?
All right, we need Scholar.
It's a sorry day.
Okay, so here's a kind of a nice boost to my damage per second. So I'll probably go with that. Already level 21. So yeah.
Woe to me.
I'll take that. If I don't know which one's better, but I'll sell the one that's worse.
Might I take a moment?
So here again is a repeatable quest. You can just keep taking it over and over. So we're going to skip that. And let's figure out some of this equipment. The axe is 9.5 DPS. This is going to be 11 points. So we're going to go with that. We're going to go with... What's this? A shield. We're going to sell that. We're going to sell that. We're going to sell the axe we just picked up. But I need to find... Again, it's blinking all the ones that are new, and I appreciate the help, but... Okay, we need to swap out the silver one. There we go. But it's not enough to know it's new. I can't quite see the icons well enough. Thought somewhere in there was a pair of gloves. Let's start selling some of this stuff. But, a lot like, Destiny 2 and stuff. You could go hit there, do your daily quests, grind certain things for reputation. A million things you can pass the time doing if you want. Let's do that. Jewelers. This is what was the Gloves of Faith. That's what I was trying to find. Five pints of Forsaken Ale. There are many fabled brews in Middle-earth. This is not one of them. All right, let's do that. Keep the gloves. Oh, yeah, I should get a new helmet. Oh, yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. I gotta find where all this stuff is. Okay. Yeah, let's see if we can find it now that we've thinned down. Okay, so that's that. Oh, maybe because now that I'm level 20, maybe I can actually start wearing some of this. The helmet. Let's do that. Okay. Let's see. Agility is a little higher on the left. Vitality. I'm going to go with the one on the... I'm going to equip these. And let's...
What can I do for you?
Sell these last few things and let's get out of here. Okay. Let's check out. Okay. Let's see. We got to talk to Candaith. Why is that not on the list? There we go. Whoa. Level 73. I wonder if the story takes you back here. I thank you, Black Lodge, but my thanks are tempered with concern. I have never seen a force of orcs like this in Eriador before today. Organized and well-provisioned, they hold an encampment and an outlet within the Midgewater Pass, and bear a strange charge on their banners and shields, one that I've not seen before. Their numbers at this camp are great, but the day may come when we can drive them howling from the lone lands. Not today, I fear, but perhaps not so far off. There is another matter that demands our attention, an urgent matter. We will see to the destruction of their camp in the Midgewater Pass later. Okay. Collect the orc orders. As I began my search for Radagast near the Midgewater Pass, I witnessed an orc messenger depart in great haste. Quickly I followed, trailing eastward along a shoulder of hills and then south, but my search was interrupted. I could follow no further, for foul Crabane circled above, and to be discovered would do greater injury to our work here. So once again, I must call upon your aid. Find the messenger. He's carrying orders with the outlying camps. You can intercept this messenger. We may learn the nature of these orders. So armed, we will be better equipped to deal with the orc threat. Search among the orc camps in Glum Hollow to the west and return to me with the orders. Okay. So again, thematically, it's just a fetch quest, but as always, I feel like they're really knocking it out of the park with the theme. Noble deeds. Oh, right. Do I need to kill these now for any reason? Collect Crabane feathers. Okay. Do I need these for any reason? Now, the reason why I don't like to do too many of these, it's a stupid thing. I don't like to do too many of these quests. Because then what happens is I catch up to the book quests, and then the book quests don't just dump XP on me for being underleveled. So, with that in mind, let's, we're trying to go to... Okay. So it's just up here. We're going to start searching these camps for the messenger. Oh, okay. I don't know what that never say die is, because I have died, so it's definitely not get to level 20 unscathed. Let's see. Strike with say. Okay. New mail. Just people giving me gifts. Let's see. What's this? Skirmish captain of the North Downs. Okay. Skirmishes are sort of like one-off little instanced fights you can, I think, repeat and get rewards for. I just don't care. I like Watcher of Roads. It's got a badass vibe to it. Smoke before the fire. The One Ring has been found. The forces of Mordor are on the move. War is coming to Middle-earth. So they sort of... The skirmishes can sort of be like set-piece fights that... usually it's like defending an area. Sometimes they, have like close vibe to the book. I'm just gonna... Nope. It's too close to me. Hey, you lazy sack of shit, it's right there. Just walk.
What do you need?
Okay, let's see.
How can I be of service?
Collect battered letter at lockboxes or whatever. Let's orc thieves. Collect his bow. Somebody got his bow. I like when a cop loses his gun. Or her gun. Okay. Chapter 3. Out of easily evaded the orcs I pursued Black Lodge, were it not for the war master that traveled with them. Uzor, they called him. And gave to him with respect that their kind reserved for their strongest and fiercest warriors. It is unlikely that Uzor returned to Bleakrift within the Midgewater Pass, for that seemed to be his domain. Oh, sorry, it is likely. Did I say likely or unlikely? It is likely. He must be slain, and whatever orders were given him recovered. Bleakrift is northwest of here, on the northeastern edge of the Midwater Pass, surrounded by a shallow body of water. Defeat him, and look for a letter of some kind near his person, and then return to me. He'll continue his search for Radagast. Okay. So now we are headed to... straight north. What's straight? Straight north up the cliff. All right. On top of prepping Pathfinder for tonight, I should be reading the rules, etc. So I should probably also be looking up a trivia question. I'm not going to lie, it was sometimes pretty easy at first to find some good trivia questions. Now I'm not so sure. Orc shields, let's get that while we're here. At some point you're just like, in episode 12 at the 14-minute mark, who picks their nose? It's like, what are you going to say? So I'm a little nervous about that aspect of the show, of the Black Lodge stuff. The orcs have sort of... I always assume these ancient ruins are, like, elvish. Like, they were the ones here before. I don't know if that's accurate. I'm not an expert on the lore. But that's what I picture in my head. I feel like I don't have a way to get around. Let me, because again, if I could zoom in a little bit, I could see, like, can I get around? Can I get up? Can I do this or that? But, am I even going the right way? There's Weathertop. Maybe I'm going the wrong way. Whoops, I just banged my mic stand. Yeah, I've never found a good solution for my mic stand. I've got a low profile mic stand because, it keeps it mostly out of frame and keeps it mostly out of my eye line. And I've tried a couple different things. I've tried it over there on the left so it comes in and up. But what I found myself doing is when I needed to look at a rule book or something, I was tending to go over here because my mouse is over here. So I was like, okay. So then I was like, let me put it on the right. The bar hangs over my mouse, which is usually not a problem. But my mute button, then I'm sticking my arm under and I'm always nervous I'm going to bang into it. So the last thing I haven't really tried is what I've seen some people do is they put it under their monitor straight ahead. But then all the times I'm not using it, like what do I do? Do I just have it go down and bend to the and then bend to the left to get it out of the way? Like I've just never quite figured out like what do you do to like stow it away when you're done? And so I actually started looking at like Rode makes this like nice heavy, it's like a new desk stand. And so I looked at that and I think I could put it right in front of me and then I wouldn't need this whole thing, but certain microphones it was going to be tricky. Like the SM7B is really heavy. So in order to put the stand here and have it come over my keyboard toward my mouth to get it within, like a decent chunk, toward my mouth, if, however you want to distance it. It was getting a little tricky to keep it upright. See, I feel like it's up here. So yeah, I just never quite found. And the nice thing about the desk stand is, assuming you're not like smashing into things all the time. Although I do have like some padding on my desk here that might help with bumps. Is that I could just set it entirely aside. It doesn't take up tons of room. Oops, Oops, I think I need to get off my horse. So yeah, I've just never quite found a... This guy's 73, so he's clearly here for some other reason. These guys aren't even going to look at him. He can probably just run around. Or maybe he's just doing the book quest. Like, he's like, yeah, I'm just speeding through. So yeah, how the hell do you get over there? Like, do you have to go east and hook around? The road stand works well for the OC18 because it's lighter, but the trick with the OC18 is that it has to be... It has a really high up-down profile, so I often turn it on its side. And again, it's all, it doesn't leave you a lot of freedom of like how far you can move your keyboard around, but because at the end of the day, that's what I'm just trying to keep everything clear so everything's out of my sight line. I can see my keyboard. I'm not going to bump things when I'm moving my arms around like a wild person. And so right now, like most of the time when I move my arms around, I'm going under my low profile thing. So it's not too bad, but I do wish I could sort of lock in. So Echad Soul. Again, like I wonder if like people who know the stuff, like if they would recognize these. I feel like, nope, I'm gonna fall again. Okay. Because the nice thing about having this off to the side is when I'm stowing it away, it's really out of the way. If it were right here, I feel like it would come out and I'd be trying to, it would get in the way of me trying to do other stuff, so. I think I was talking about this with Matt. I don't think I've talked about it here, but one of my secret shames is like when I check out people's videos of like, you know, my ultimate desk setup kind of stuff. And, you know, sometimes they're like, yeah, my ultimate desk setup, I have a $7,500 this to do this. Or like one of them is like, I have a, what is it? A Neumann UA87 or whatever microphone for my Zoom calls. And I'm sitting there going like, bitch, that's a $3,500 microphone for your Zoom calls. Like, what are you talking about? But, you know, he wanted his Zoom calls to be, you know, to be premium. You know, so I've worked in advertising. You know, right now I work on advertising for television shows and things like that. But in the past, I've worked for straight up advertising, and they like to throw the word premium around a lot, I will say. What if I go down and hook? Can I hook around? So whenever I hear somebody talking about, you know, making this feel premium and that feel premium, I'm like, oh, get fucked. You know, I want my, you know, I wanted my email typing to feel premium, and it's like, fucking A. Or like, you know, yeah, I wanted my Zoom calls to be premium with my UA80. I might have the number wrong. It's 84, 87, 80 something. The important thing to remember is that it's a $3,500 microphone that he wanted to do his Zoom calls on. And it's just very hard to take seriously. So you're seeing now, I know it's something I've talked about multiple times, like, this is the epitome of Moria. You know, like, I just want to get there. How the fuck do I get over there? Why is this mountain blocking me? Do I actually have to go up and around? You know, it's just like, nope, not up and around. Is it the other, you know? So eventually, it's probably what I need to do is I need to come from the west. So I'm trying to come here directly. And what I need to do is I probably need to come from one of these directions, but let's see. But you can see, like, I don't have any quests lined up, but I've got the Deed Orc Slayer. So if I were to kill 60 orcs, which, you know, you might just do questing anyway, you might get one of those virtues, you might get something. So it looks like this is going to be blocked off. So this is not the way. I will say there's a good chance I've never been here before. Because, you know, I you know, you follow the quest, but you don't, like, check out every passage or every crag or every, you know, every pass through the hills that isn't blocked. Hopefully that does that one at least. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this because it might get me to the Forsaken Inn, and then maybe I can come at that camp from the other direction. Let's see. Boots. That's an improvement. I'll take the boots. I will equip the boots. And I will get out of here and see if we can get around to that book quest. Got ourselves a level 27. Okay, somebody in a similar vein. At 27, it looks like a hunter, based on that little symbol there. Where am I? I'm here. Woof. Now, if you like MMOs, or if you're not against the idea of their gameplay, I highly recommend just taking every quest you can find and really, really sitting back and enjoying the whole experience. Because they'll take you to different parts of the map, different parts of the world. And you'll just get to spend more time here looking around at Middle Earth. Is this a river, or it looks like a river? Can we follow the river up? I can't tell. I feel like I was sort of trying to do that before. You know, I feel like they do a good job with the sound design of like the of the horse, the music. Yeah, you know what? I'll worry about the tabards. Oops, wrong button. I was gonna say I'm gonna worry about the tabards later. I don't care. But then I hit the wrong button, and we're off to the races. Okay, he's got me stunned for a hot second. Still not getting... Also, I'm not gonna lie, it feels good to straight up murder the forces of Mordor. You know, it's the, you know, I'm doing my part meme. Nope, they won't do anything for me. Again, just trying to get some tabards going. That bridge looks promising. Maybe that's part of it. Apologies for that. I just whacked my thing, my mic stand. Something trying to kill me. Sir, not now. The other trick with coming up with the trivia is secretly I don't think Patrick likes Twin Peaks very much. So making sure you find questions from parts of the show that he's seen can sometimes be tricky. Now, I don't know if you just have to go around hunting archers until you find the one that happens to have his bow, or if just picking one off gets you the bow. Okay. Okay, so there's the beginning of a camp here. So maybe this is what we're looking for. Like we're gonna wipe out this whole camp looking for this guy. Can't stress it enough. Again, as a burglar, I know I snuck in and just wiped the guy out. skipped all of it. And it's kind of cool. It's eerie to sort of... Because there's no guarantee they don't notice you. And then if they do, like, it's on and you can suddenly have, like, everybody on your back. And the burglars are very complicated because what you need to do is if you do get into a fight, it's all about managing the crowd, right? So, like, you'll attack one guy and you'll establish, like, a gambit. Now, a gambit is something that's sort of like... Usually it's like a damage over time kind of thing. So you set up a gambit on one guy. And it's kind of hands-off. You don't need to... If I'm remembering how to play it correctly. And, you know, again, I'm not a skilled player, but... It's a little bit hands-off, so that it's not like, you know... What you can do then is you can then, you know, pick the next guy, set a gambit damage over time on him, go back to the first one because it sort of ticks down from like a 6 to a 5 to a 4 to a 3. And when you see the other guy's got a 3 over it, so it's like a 6-sided die, you can say, okay, I need to switch back to him and get that 3 back up to a 4 or 5. And you're managing these gambits, and then somebody else is coming over... And you'll target them, and you'll confuse them so they're out of the fight for 30 seconds. And then you're back on the second guy that now has his gambit down to 2, and you know, so it's really complicated in that sense. But I found it a lot of fun. I found it more complicated than the Warden. The Warden is just because once you get like a couple of patterns down, you're fine. You know, it's not that complicated. You know, you just attack, heal a couple times, and, you know, you've got your bases covered. The rest you're doing just because you want to do it. With the burglar, I felt like you sort of had to pay attention. You sort of had to make sure you did what you had to do for real. A little bit more. You know, if in a pinch you can suddenly... You know, smoke bomb and you're out. You can sort of disappear for a little bit to sort of regroup. Because they don't have the durability of the Warden, you really need to take advantage of what the class can do. So here I'm going to put on some healing, the longer one. Now I'm going to buff my defense, get a shorter healing going. Which then takes me into maybe resetting my longer heal. And then I'm going to put a bleed on this guy. Oops, got to trigger the longer heal. Set a bleed on this guy. Doing a flourish. Move on to him. All right. Forgot all about this quest. I figured when I opened the first one, it was going to be like, you know, just a bunch of cash. I didn't realize it was going to be a side quest I had picked up. Oops. right. I don't know. I kind of, kind of like scaling this, raiding this camp, scaling the bridges. Running off the bridge because I'm about to cough and I tried to mute myself at the same time. I went in the wrong direction. Just classic stuff. Classic Middle-earth adventuring. You gonna do this? Okay. Tarkrip Outrider. Are these guys a little tougher? Don't seem it. Now again, if I knew the lore, are these different clans of orcs that experts can... Like the White Hand I sort of know is Saruman, right? He marks them, I thought. But the Tarkrip stuff, I don't know what that means. Okay, so there's War Master Uzor. That's what we're looking for. There's the letter we need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with an ambush. Careful step. So what I want to do is I want to get closer so that when I do this, I'm all on him. He should be stunned. Let's get a bleed going. Let's do that. Let's get some healing going just in case. Although we have more than... gotten past the tipping point of having more health than he does. Alright. And now the orc letter. Okay. We got a couple of reasons to go back to Candaith, so let's do that.
Greetings.
Okay. Another letter written in black speech, Black Lodge, and its meaning evades me, as did that of its fellow. This one, however, bears the mark of the White Hand. I must know what message this letter bears. But this is not a task for you, Black Lodge. I finally discovered information on the whereabouts of Radagast, but there is something that you should see first. How we doing? That's a big jump. So I'm going to take Uzor's Vanquisher armor.
What do you need?
And then I'm going to try and find it. And I'm going to fail. Is that it? Okay, so let's see. Book 2, Chapter 4. As I was returning from the lands to the east, the night sky over Weathertop was lit by bright flashes of white light akin to lightning. Yet no clouds darkened the sky of thunder, there was no sound. I think that no ordinary storm visited Amon Sul that night. I ask that you search the ruins atop Weathertop and see if there's anything to find. That's right, baby, we're going to Weathertop. But before we do that...
How can I be of service?
I have no use for a bow. Won't worry about that.
Greetings.
All right. What's this one? Oh, okay. These are these. Whatever. You know, let me move these out of the way so I'm not looking at them the whole time. I'll just ditch them over there. What else? Get the frame rates going. Just see how we're doing there. Okay. So yeah, we're going to Weathertop. The question with Weathertop is... There's a path that circles around it, so you need to make sure you find the start of that path. What's with the stupid boar tusks? I guess I've got a deed. I'm not going to worry about that. Deed completed. What deed did I complete? Tales of the Lonely Road. That's kind of a cool one. Got the bus, the tusk. Let's see if we can get the last one here. Okay. Oh, duh, it's right here. I guess it would make sense. He would station his camp at the base of Weathertop. I think this is the beginning of the road. But again, as you can see, like all these things used to be orange, some of them used to be red. The quests are now white, so I sort of caught up to the quest. I'm level appropriate, and that's not going to stand. I need to speed through those a little bit. I think this is one of the places that when I was playing this in co-op with my good friend who's into Lord of the Rings, I think we came up here and it was just, it's a really nice moment. Just really, I don't know, captured a lot of what we loved about running around and role-playing in Middle-earth. Nice. A slightly charred rune-covered rock. It seems that someone was trying to leave a message. You take a rubbing of the runes on the rock and put it in your pack. So yeah, we're at the top here. We're at the top of Weathertop. Seems, I thought the draw just, I don't know if it's always like this or if it's just something specific about, I thought I had everything maxed out. I feel like I've seen further from Weathertop, so I don't know if it's just the weather. Yeah, it's, I don't know, maybe this is underwhelming to you, but for me, just, as I've said a couple times already, just my imagination filling in the details, you know. My experience isn't the literal graphics I'm watching on the screen. It's, I'm picturing it to be more the way I would if I were, you know, having somebody describe a scene in a role-playing game to me. Now, you could probably just, like, yeet off the side and, you know, get down faster, but I'm a proper gentleman doing my proper gentleman role-playing, so I'm going to follow the path. Or I guess technically I could just teleport, but, you know, the Lone Lands, yes, they're starting to fall to the orcs a little bit, but it's not certain, right? It's still, there's still hope in a sense because the fight's not over. You know, there's a tug of war going on. And so far we're holding the line, and we have to hold the line here because if we don't hold the line here, the next stop is Bree and the civilized places, the Shire, you know. And again, that's not a vibe I get, and maybe I just didn't pay enough attention, but those types of vibes and that type of Filling in the blank is just not something I ever got playing Warcraft, World of Warcraft. I'm sure there's an overall story. I couldn't tell you what it is, and I don't know if I could ever find the effort to care because it's just a bunch of made up. I know this is a bunch of made up words too, but this is like the original bunch of made up words that everything else, comes from. And so far, that has a little bit more weight. Ah, you found something. Let me see the rock rubbing you've made. The runes are common, but I do not know what they signify. I'm afraid that this does not tell me much of the lightning, but it tells me something of the source. Likely the same person responsible for sending you to me. Oh. Book 2, Chapter 4 completed. Light in the Darkness. Let's see what's up with the next book. So, there's 2 ways to do this. Chapter 5, you can either do it as a fellowship, which means you're supposed to have 6 people, or you can do it solo. So we're going to retake Weathertop. I wonder what destinations. Okay, so he could take you to the North Downs or the First City. Okay. I'm going to choose solo.
What do you need?
And again, this is sort of a quality of life thing that I appreciate. Not that I prefer doing all this stuff solo. It's a little like immersion breaking when all of a sudden you've got 20,000 hit points and can just take on armies. But in the past, especially like with, as player counts would fluctuate, like you just hit books and have to stop and just hope eventually you ran into people that hit the same roadblock and then you could pair up. So let's retake Weathertop.
How can I be of service?
Here we go.
Weathertop, once a watchtower of the Dunedain, now a refuge for orcs. Candace the Ranger strives to break their foothold in the Weatherhills.
What do you need?
We must make haste, Black Lodge. We have the leaders of the Uruk-hai cornered like rats upon the slopes of Weather. I guess part of that is a simile. If we can defeat them, we may yet break the will of the warband and drive them whimpering to the masters in the south. Be prepared for anything. Keep a close watch. We don't want any surprises. Spear through the skull. So this is good. We're going to get some of our other quests done while we retake Weathertop. That's good. Is there anything we need to do with these torches? Nope. Oh, there we go. Now I've got Onslaught. I think that might interrupt as well, but you can see it used to, if I did, Spear Shield, that was boot. If I did Spear Shield Spear, it was still doing boot. But now it does Onslaught, so I finally unlocked. Which I think is just a more powerful interrupting. Okay, so I'm not paying attention. So I have this here, Steadfast. So if I ever get stunned, dazed, blah, 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 I can pop that, and I'm good to go. Recovery is the one that resets my Gambit panel. Okay, Shield Slam. Slams your shield into the foe, interrupting inductions. So that's probably a quick... How do I do this? Because the trick is I can't, hitting 8 is, I'm usually on 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever, so. So I tend to put everything here on the left side, but maybe I'm doing 2, 3, 4, 5 with my hand, and then the mouse is doing these other ones. Okay. The path diverges ahead. I shall follow the trail to the right. You follow the trail to the left. If all goes well, we'll meet again upon the peak of Weathertop. Not supposed to split the party. Remember, we must defeat the leaders of this warband if we're to discourage them. Use the torches you find on unlit pyres along the path. They may draw the attention of nearby orcs. Seek out the enemies Bub, Hosh, and Muz. We will meet at the crest of Weathertop. If you come across Bub, Hosh, or Muz, defeat them. Will do. So I grabbed a torch, and I think I'm supposed to light... Let me jam on this guy for a minute. So I wonder, let me see if I build up, boom, and then just slam this. Okay, so... Okay, so now I've got return to the... Okay, that's that. Steadfast, free of any combat. Okay. Forced march. Got it. Can you just turn that on? Is that like permanently... Again, that's one of the nice things about hunters is they have a faster run speed that looks like they give to wardens as well. Okay, so I don't know if I'm missing... So I grabbed a torch from there, but where's the next... I've seen the one bonfire, but I don't know how important that is to... These guys are going down. I'm just realizing they have like 200 hit points. Like, I was going to say, these guys are going down pretty easy, but I guess that's why. Maybe that's how they set this one to be soloable. They, instead of making you super... Reversal. That's a new one that I'll have to look up. So I think I was supposed to... Okay, Bub Ha shouts as he approaches. What's all this ruckus? You curs. Okay, let's get a bleed going since I've already got that started. Let's up some defense. Can I do 3 yet? No. Then let's do some healing. Alright, what is character? Probably not the right place to do this, but let's just see. Skip all the range. We've got Reversal, which is an attack which removes 1 corruption from the enemy. Okay. I guess corruption is like bonuses to them. Brink of Victory, I think we had that one, or did we? That's the light damage, 434. 432 is a new one. Use your shield to redirect your enemy's attention. Greatly decreases threats against multiple. Okay. Fierce Resolve is a new one. 423. Drains morale from nearby enemies over time to heal the war. That's a good one I should remember. So you can stack that heal with the other heals. What was that? 423. Good to know. 342 is a readied blade. Boosts your defenses. That's good to know. Shield up. That's another shield boost. So 3-3 and then 3-2-4 are some shield boosts. That's good to know. They stack. Recklessness gambits. Onslaught does not interrupt. That's good to know. So as you can see, this is what makes it complicated. Eventually you're like, okay. It becomes a lot to manage. But it becomes sort of muscle memory. At some point you just... Again, like I said, you pick your 5 favorites and stick with them. Because most of the time you don't need to know how to do much else for PvE. Okay, so I think there's a couple of here. So let's do this one. Let's do this one, I guess, if it matters. Whoops. So now I'm wondering, did burning the thing, did that attract their attention so that then they open the gate? Yep, okay, that's... So what was it? 3, 2... I'm looking for the other shield one. Shield up, that's it. So yeah, we've got two defenses. Like, first one is the defensive strike, then 3, 2, 4 for shield up. I guess the nice thing about going 2-3-2 is that you start the boot, realize you don't need it, and then you can power it up a little bit into Onslaught. So you can have a boot ready to go, and then, nah, I'm good. Let's switch that to a power attack. Oop, we're not done yet. Okay. Okay, that Fierce Resolve is something to remember. Is 4. It looks like it does some damage over time. 4, 2, 3. Gonna deal with him because he's the he's gonna heal. So now, if that stun was actually going to do anything to me, I could have cleared it within one of my powers. Oh yeah, what was that quick? Yeah, the one that heals me over time. I got to figure out. 4, 2, 3. Yeah, 4, 2, 3. Got to remember that. I mean, it's not going to be as powerful as the other ones, I imagine, but when you stack it all together. All right, I got Goblin Slayer. Maybe this was one that my friend and I did together because you need a group to do it. You know, maybe he played a lore master for the longest time. And at the time, I was probably a champion. You've done well, Black Lodge, better than I, it appears. Uruk-hai and orcs nearly bested me and my wounds run deep. But you must not concern yourself with me now. Beyond the gate is the Uruk who leads the force. Pass through the gate and defeat him. We cannot allow these orcs to have a hold in the north. So yeah, I wonder if he's going to hold the rear guard. Had I done this as a fellowship instead of them being signature, would they have been elites? All right, I will remain here to stop the enemy should they flee. Okay, so they just gave me a butt ton of health. And you can see I'm at like 2,800. Oh, and that's why we got an elite, a troll. Now, at some point, you can tackle an elite solo without bonuses. It's just like, you know, it's 2,000, right? If I did not have the 2,000 hit points that they just buffed me with, I would be at 600. It would be at 2,000, and I would just need to sort of make up that difference as quickly as possible while healing. And that's doable. You know, get my get my defenses up, get my heals going. Stack some bleeds on it if you can. Fire that off. Nope. So now if I could pop out of that. I forget which skill it is. But as you can see, since they gave me the buff, it's kind of a joke. Defeated Olag Snaga. So there we go. We have retaken Weathertop. You did very well. Am I not allowed to leave the circle, so to speak? My wounds are grievous, but I shall recover. Come, we shall return to my camp. Travel now. All right, there we go. Book 2, Chapter 5.
What do you need?
Let's see, we got pants. That's quite a bump. It's not much of a bump at all. What about the hat? It's a downgrade. Let's take the pants.
What do you need?
Okay, let's get those pants on. Nope, I don't want to do that. I've got a couple of necklace. What's the necklace I got going? Let's take that. But there was something else, right? Or were those the pants? I thought there was another pair of pants that were much better. So I wish in the tactical shoulder pads, I wish when you were doing the selling, and maybe there's a way to do this, you could do it from your bag so that how you organize everything would help. Whoa. It's a little more badass, all right. I didn't like those blue sparkle cosmetics. Okay. Okay, so we have Steed of the Hammerhand, which has a speed of 62%. This one has a speed of 68%. Let's see if we can swap horses. I managed to track Radagast south there and meet friends, the Eglain, who make some ruins here in the Lone Lands their home. They are solitary and quiet people, having shunned societal obligation for a simple life eked out here. The few that do venture toward the more civilized areas of the world are still different than most you will ever meet. Because of this nature, they are truly wary of anyone who wishes to traffic with them or their allies. And it seems that Radagast has enlisted their aid, not only now, but at some time in the distant past. I fear you will need to earn the right to speak with Radagast. I have done what part I can. My horse will take you south and west to the Forsaken Inn. There you should seek an audience with Godaric Muntz. You will know your name. Be safe, Black Lodge. All right. Yeah, I lost track of what I was trying to do. There's a horse, a better horse, that I now can't find. Red-clad steed of the Gap. Or is it just, let me see my character. Can I just hobby, reputation, is there like a mounts? So let's see, I've got Steed of Starlight, that's got a speed of 68%. This is a 62%. Got a goat. Goats are for Moria. I'm going to take the Steed of Starlight. It's got a little bit of a faster run. Let me see. Was there anything else we need to... You can start to see, like, a lot of the quests, you know, returning light blue, which means they can barely bump your XP anymore. Tabards. She's in the Forsaken Inn. So we're going there anyway, so let's talk to him. Let's do this the proper way. Show me your travel destinations.
How can I be of service?
And he's willing to take you for free to the Forsaken Inn. And again... Oh, it's going to fast travel. I thought I was going to actually do it, but... So let's bring those goblin tabards to whomever, and then we're going to start moving on. A lot of these quests we're not going to worry about too much. We can hand something in there.
Might I take a moment of your
We're going to
time?
choose the Scholar Scroll again. No, I don't want to do that. Listen to what I have to say.
I'm sorry.
Candaith is a good man who has taken a chance by giving us his word that you can be trusted. For his sake and our continued friendship with him, I hope that you are worth the risk. We are a simple people who wish to remain apart from society, but there are efforts that all must undertake to survive, and we will ask you for assistance to prove that you are worthy. You've toiled long, and we are grateful for all you have done. You appear to have the best intentions toward our people. For this, we will grant you the request you ask. There we go. Chapter 7. He's going to clear the way for us to speak to Radagast. You have been patient, Black Lodge. You must understand we are a solitary people. We hold our friends dear to us and protect them as we can. Radagast is such a friend, and here at the behest of our leader to aid us with a terror emerging from a long slumber, he has taken residence in the ruins of Ostguruth, the place we call home. You are welcome to make the journey to the east. The ruin is north of the Great East Road before the road snakes between the northern and southern swamp. Seek Radagast within the tower. Perhaps there is a way that you can aid him, as he will surely aid you. So I guess, are we cool to pick something? It's a little bit of a bump. I'll take the shoulder. I guess we're not there yet. Okay, was there anything else we could hand in here? Before we call it a day at the... Nope, we're not going to open any instances.
I'm sorry. Did you need something?
Take the Journeyman Scroll, because again... So that's a repeatable quest. Now talk to Anlaf about the free ale. Who is that? Oh, interesting. That's a small fellowship quest. Okay, so patrons of the Forsaken Inn have been complaining about terrible wailing noises coming from the floors and walls of the cellar, which we heard earlier. The proprietor of the inn has asked that you wait around until midnight when the complaints of the noises usually begin. Is there a way to tell what time it is? Or is it one of those things where you just talk and then it sets it up? Now, a small fellowship at a light blue, we might be able to handle. Small fellowship is usually 3. 3 people that we're over-leveled for. I feel like we could probably hack it. I just don't know who we're supposed to talk to. Yeah, Anlef. Oh, yeah, let's try it. How do I do this? Yeah. Oh, I see. So it would sort of put out the call, and if anybody wants to join, we would do it. Okay. I thought it would just let me go solo it. So now we could just click the token and zip over, but I'm going to take the scenic route because we haven't been there yet.
How can I be of service?
We can go to Breland the Homesteads. That takes us back to town. Southbury, but what we want is Ostgaruth. You know what? Oops, I just fired off. Okay. So, once I know Bridge has seen better days. So we're going to be traveling along the road past Weathertop, along the Great East Road, and then here to Ostgaruth. Oh, I guess this horse has a... Okay. See the ruins up there. That's a, you can, there's quests that, probably we have quests that take us in there. It's a little bit of a tricky area. It's sort of like, a giant ruined fort with a bunch of like orcs and spiders and all sorts of stuff in there that you have to deal with and collect a bunch of stuff. These maps got an upgrade. They weren't this detailed, I think, when the game first came out. It's not that they didn't have info, but this feels a lot more detailed. Now these prowlers, can I get... Nope. I was about to say, if they're wolves, then I might be able to get some stuff, but I think they're more like bobcats. I think I've also lost the road. Where am I? Yeah. Whoa. Alright, so here we are. There's some ruins up to the north that have been taken by the orcs, but we're going to keep going. And again, I don't know if this is true of other MMOs, but one thing I will say that Lord of the Rings does lack is like a enemy variety. Like, you're always dealing with crows, wolves, wargs, orcs, goblins. Yeah, a lot of ruins around here. And I love the idea that, they've sort of staked out this set of ruins and trying to make a life there, turn into a town. It's so stupid, but yeah, I get this sense like I've just traveling from A to B, I've done something slightly epic. Is that actually true? Not really. Frederick the Elder runs the town. So again, we're just going to grab... no, that's blue. Light blue, so I'm not going to bother with that. What about this one? Hannah's Dream is red, so let's grab that just to Maybe tackle it. Let's actually look at my log. Let's first do this. Let's remove this from the tracker. Or cancel. Anything that's light blue, I'm not going to bother with. Skirmish. I don't want that. Okay. So yeah, let's go find Radagast.
Oh dear.
Did Friedrich send you? No worries too much now that my sister is away. Ever since I took the statue of the lady, they have treated me differently. Even the visitor in the brown robes treats me differently. They fuss about saying they must protect me. I do not know how they can protect me from my dreams. It is true I am frightened. Come the morning, I hear the swamp calling me at night. The woman, capitalized, makes the Nurbig in the swamp sing to me. She's trying to bring me to her, and that is why my sister left, to find her and stop her. She is a bad person. I know she means me harm because her songs sing of blood and death. It is the Nurbig. They sing for her. I don't tell anyone, but I can hear the Nurbig singing my name even now.
Could I have a word with you?
Bunch of XP just for talking. Collect Norbog legs. I'm just going to grab it because it's red. Radagast the Brown.
Why come you here?
The Eglain let you in, did they? I've been expecting you, though sooner rather than later. You have in fact taken your time. Oof. When Radagast is like, hey, you're late. I understand you found something upon Weathertop, the rubbing. I do believe it is a G rune. A mark oft used by Gandalf the Grey, another of my order. I guessed from the description of those 3 lines that he was at Amansul on October the 3rd, not but a few days past. I too saw the lightning upon Weathertop and feared that Gandalf found trouble there. I've not seen him since we parted at Sarn Ford, so I can tell you no more of him or his travels. Of this place, I can tell you much, but make reason of very little. So I'm trying to remember in the story, Lord of the Rings, Gandalf gets held up. He can't get to the prancing pony. He sends Aragorn in his place. And then the question, like, did Gandalf catch up to them at Rivendell? I don't think they, like, right? Because Aragorn, at least in, the movies, which is what I remember better, Aragorn gets him to Rivendell, and maybe that's where Gandalf is waiting for him. So maybe he's up on Weathertop because he's sort of like trying to catch up to those guys, and they're always like a step ahead or something. I don't know. Let's see. Rangers like gloves. Sure. It's a little bit of a bump, but the bonuses, whatever.
Will you help me?
Collect 10 bog moss from bog prowler nests. The land itself is turning against us. This is one of the things I really like, Lord of the Rings. Evil impacts nature, and then nature itself, takes on that evil and retaliates and stuff. Let me see. Even the shepherds are twisted shadows of their former selves. I speak of the bog prowlers, those that tend to the trees. If I can discern what is twisting the shepherds, I may be able to determine what is fouling the land. Bring me the moss that they use to line their nests. They roam the swamp to the east of here. Remember, I do not wish to harm the shepherds, no matter how confused they appear. $10 says I kill a couple of them. Okay.
You've returned, I see.
Act with the two hit. Right. Okay. Okay, so what we want to do is collect bog moss. So we're going to the east. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. I was wondering if I should set this as my new, like, fast travel point. But I don't think it matters too much. Although I know for a fact at some point I should be able to start mustering around different places. Okay, so I gotta make sure I'm a little careful. Not that I'm gonna get killed one-on-one, but that I don't get swarmed by red level. Bro, what are you doing out here? Okay. I've got to kill these things for the nightmare lady. You can see it's deflecting a lot of my damage. That's because I'm under-leveled. So that's sort of the trick. Not only do they hit harder, you hit them weaker. Okay. Get some shield up. Bolster my defense. Doesn't seem to be any consequence for swimming in this water. I didn't know if it would be, like, haunted. Or, you know, have some kind of status effect for jumping in. Does not seem to be the case. Now, if I keep booting him, he can't dig into the ground. And if he can't dig into the ground, then he can't heal up, and then the fight goes a little bit faster. I think he only gets one shot to go underground every fight, so maybe I should be focusing more on stopping that up front. So basically I'm looking for the word interrupted to pop up, which I'm not seeing, so maybe it's all fine. I think I got a critical hit in there somewhere, so it's like devastate 120 points of damage all at once, so that's pretty good, I guess. What's that? A gaunt blight caller, an ancient evil. Nope. For some reason I didn't do it. Okay. I don't know if he heals or buffs, but yeah, usually I try and stop that from happening. Okay, it should be good to go with the bleed. Nope. Oh, I timed it poorly. Okay. So the Fierce Resolve, I think, only really works when you're getting in a group, because it does looks like it does a one-time heal. So if you're surrounded by 10 guys and you heal 10 from each, that's pretty good. But if you just heal, 10 from one guy, who cares? Walgar. Is that the sister? Or just some guy? The past is not behind us, it is all around. Or is he just the crazy guy with the sandwich board on the street corner saying the end is near? So $10, we bring this data back to Radagast, and he's like, you know what? Bog prowlers are actually lost. Kill them all. Okay. All right, got that. We got that. Collect bog moss. Did we not? It says a short one, so maybe I overlooked one. I didn't realize it was so specific. I figured you just grab them as you went, but I guess it matters. Okay. Hey, I'm back.
You have returned, I see.
You did well. This moss will help me understand how the evil is tainting the Red Swamp. This is but the first step in determining what caused the shepherds to become confused and irrational. There is more still to do, my friend. It will not be easy. So maybe that's why that guy's out there with the sandwich board being crazy, is because he's a confused shepherd. Defeat Whites and Harigmar. Okay. I can smell death in the moss, as if it were plucked from an ancient grave. This stench of decay and evil is not a thing from nature. I believe the Whites are to blame. Whites are the bones of the dead, stirred by fell spirits out of Angmar and Rudar. The wars here long ago made Harigmar as ripe for Whites as the Barrow Downs in the west. Return to Harigmar, the swamp in the east, and destroy these foul creatures. If there are Whites, I fear there are other fell creatures haunting the swamp as well. For now, though, you need only concern yourself with the Whites. Defeat 15 Whites in the swamp. Okay. Let's talk to her.
You startled me.
Gloves are worse. The helmet is worse. So which is worth more money? Okay. So let's see where we're going. Okay, we're going basically back to where we just came from. Again, it's stupid, but I feel like every time I ride out of this ruined fortress into the... I'm riding out into the front lines. It's not anywhere near the front lines, but, it has that vibe of like, we're staving off evil just a little bit longer. We do our thing to battle evil, so the Fellowship can do their thing, and other people can do their thing, etc., etc. So it says we're here. Defeat whites. Is that a white? It is. Yes. Are these signatures? No, this one's normal. Yeah, you gotta be careful, because he's gonna spew. And then on top of that, they have dread. So this is, you want to have like sort of quote-unquote light armor that fights off dread. I probably don't have any of that because it's not stacks I track, but it can help. It's not going to matter here because you can see it barely dings us, but there are enemies where, especially in raids, where if you don't have light armor, again, not weight, it's got the... It's got the potential to resist dread. Can you stun these guys? You literally can't do the raid. You need that protection just to be able to stand up and fight. Does that help? Little shield up. Oh, it did interrupt. Nice, okay. I wasn't sure I got the interrupt off in time. Okay. Oh, I thought he was... I don't know. Bleed set up on him. Okay. I was like, oh, he should be set for that, but no, because I don't know if they can be impacted by bleed. It seems like some of them. Does that count? Okay. Oop. Okay, so he's got somebody else coming with him here. Can we take on 2 reds at the same time? Let's see what happens. Okay. All right. So again, 2 reds. Not actually a big deal. You know, get some healing going, get some defense up just to, you know, make sure we don't screw up too much. Three might be tricky. We'll see how it goes. But, you know, we're still doing all right on hit points. We got the heals helping out. Get a heal going again. Do a little AoE. Get a little bit of health from them, but not much. Gonna keep up the AoE until I knock out the... Oops. The Wriggler as well. Alright. Oh, still. Alright, so we're gonna see if we can knock him out, take out this singer. Oops, this looks like a signature? Yeah. So I better start actually paying attention. Got the heals going, gonna put up some defense. First defense up, shield up coming up next. Then back to the quick heal. Oops, got me stunned, which I should be able to pop out of. But I wonder if the summons count towards the quest. That would be nice if they did, but... Oh, they do. Nice. Okay. I should have probably been dealing with this guy all along. Let him 3 at a time. Let me pop off some healing just so I finish this fight topped off. Okay. Okay. Another one. Here we go. Must be getting close, right? I wonder if the trick is you... I guess like that's why you get like an MMO mouse, right? You can put all like the 1 through 9 or whatever on the button. Because I was trying to figure out like how could I get to the shield slam in time to intercept. What do I need? 14. So let's not bother with those. Let's just find one on the way out. Nope. That guy. Okay, there we go. Let's head back to Radagast. I love that when I teleport back, I'm just like, my ball's right in his face. Hobnog probably finds it all very crass.
You're returned, I see.
The White's destruction can only prove to help us in the time to come. Now listen, for there is much more to do.
This is dire.
There we go, level 24. The sheer number of Whites in Harrogmar indicates the presence of gaunt men, vile necromancers who serve the Dark Lord. In ages past, they dwelled in the witch realm of Angmar, but the White Council believed them all destroyed. Clearly, they were wrong. Only the strongest of the Gaunt Men, the Gaunt Lords, have the power to summon the spirits of the Shadow Realm. The War Singers carry the sigil of their Gaunt Lord. Search the ruins in the far east of Harrogmar, defeat these creatures, and bring me their sigils. We must learn which Gaunt Lord these creatures serve. Alright. Book 2, Chapter 10. So we're sort of making our way through Book 2, as you can see as well. Let me see. What I might do is I might just pause for one quick second. And I will be right... Ooh, level 100. Level 100 Lore Master. Yeah, I will be right back. Let me just pause for one quick sec. Okay. Let's see. I think we're again looking to go back to the swamp, but a little bit further east this time. Something's going on there. Okay. Let's see what's up. Looks like I am not muted. The game audio is not muted. Success. So can I, do I have to go up, like am I going there? That's the question. You know, just hovering to make sure there's no secondary quests I'm... Collect sigils from gaunt men. Okay. Okay, the bile spewers are not the targets. So the question is, can I get past this one? Is this where I want to go? From gaunt men. Are these gaunt men? They don't seem to be. Oops. Okay, here we go. So you can tell, like, this is something I think is really cool about this game. Like, over there, you know, the weather's fine. But when you enter a place that's truly evil, you know, the world lets you know it. See how much we can do to this guy. Gotta get some healing going. Nope, I'm down. I could pop up, but that's okay. Okay, there's signatures, so I gotta be a little more mindful of that. So you can see... I'm at 601, they're at 718. I'm about to cross that threshold. Boom. So now I feel like, even though it's 2-on-1, I've got this. That should take care of... There we go. Let me heal up a little bit on this guy. Oop. So what do they got going on? They got Shadow Aura, which is doing some dread. Yeah, that makes sense. And then Diseased Frailties. That's what he just puked on me. That's fine. But yeah, while I'm here, let me heal up. Alright, so let's see if we can go find some Gauntmen here in the ruins. I have a feeling we're going to be killing a lot of... Ooh. He's just a signature. Okay. I feel like we're going to be killing a lot of spewers on our way to the Gauntmen. There's another one. Okay. Wonder if I can thread the needle a little bit. This is a lot. See how it goes. Gets a healing going first. Then we're going to do some defense. Nope. It's hard. You know, like, you're stunned for only so much time. It doesn't even seem worth it to blow. It's okay. So you're seeing we're dealing with 4-on-1. Some red, some orange, you know. As long as we keep the healing going, we're okay. Do a little offensive strike on all of them. Get the healing going back up. Shield up for some extra buff, some defense. I'm chipping away. It's taking a while. Let me get some healing going just to keep myself topped off. Dread's gone, so I guess that's more about entering the fort than it is. Who I was fighting. Level 30 Lore Master seems to be on it. Oh, I'm not paying attention to my health. So you can see I was down to like 190 something. So now I'm gonna, without too much sweat off my brow, I'm gonna bolster my defenses. But my health is now almost maxed out again, so. There we go. So 3 down. I think we're gonna have to deal with this guy. Okay. Now, is this chest? Let me see. Is it just loot or is it actually a quest? Just cash. Alright. Let me see if I can stealth past a few of these guys. I wonder if they can see me. So anywhere they go, they've probably cleared everything out, so... Is this the way to get further into the... No, it doesn't seem like it. Is this what? Basically, I'm trying to see how do I get further into the ruins. Seems like there's something up there. I don't know if I want to go there yet. Or maybe I do. Alright. Yeah, you see it's deflected, deflected, deflected. That's my bleed damage, I think. Or a lot of my damage over time is not hurting them because I'm probably so underleveled. Not dead yet. All right. Okay, some of my stuff is moving around here a little bit. So I got the uppercut. Does that also interrupt? Or does it just knock them out for a little bit? Like stun them for a moment. Where's the shield slam? Okay, what's this? Recovery, okay. Battle preparation. Allows the warden to build gambits. Oh, interesting. Okay. So if I wanted to, how do I do that? Alright, let's see how that works. Nice. I don't know if I messed with that too much. So I'm keeping my mouse hovered over the interrupt. Oh. All right. There we go. Got dread going. Losing health. Gotta deal with that. Got bleed going on me. Nope, wrong gambit. There's the first. Here's the second. Let's buff up some defenses. Nope, I'm out. A lot going on here. So when this kind of stuff happens, basically it becomes just spam heal. Because you can't afford to ever have it drop. Shield up. Fierce Resolve. That's going to heal from everybody. See what else we got going on here. It's going to increase my defense, so I'm going to do that. As soon as I wake up. These don't count. I figured these guys would have counted as gauntmen. Again, all defensive. Healing, shields up, a lot of that stuff. Defensive strike. Readied Blade, that's a new one. Okay. Man, I would have figured some gauntmen would have come from that fight. But I guess not. But you can see clearly a source of evil right there. So, and I gotta get by these guys again. Boo. Let's see if I can sneak by. Nope. Apparently not. Okay, well. Nope, you're not down yet? Okay. Alright, I'm looking for two. There's a gaunt dude, alright. Alright, so far so good. No? Didn't do it? Do they not count? Am I missing something? Or is this one of those where... Yeah, no, they just didn't have one on them, so go kill 7 more. I guess I should fire off a gambit there instead of just banging keys randomly. I just paid attention to my health a little bit, realized it was low, so I'm going to buff that back up now. Nice, okay, that interrupt worked. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, it's still there. Or maybe there's no way to interrupt that summon, I don't know. Just wanna... What do I need? 2 more? No, somebody else is clearing them out. That's probably the problem. Well, maybe what I should do is I should... if they're clearing them out, maybe I can I can sort of go where they go and then get by some of the Gaunt Warsinger. Let's focus on you. I'm about to die. I thought I had something. What does first aid do? Oh no, that's not what I thought it did. What's this one? I thought I had something that helped me heal. That might be the problem. I'm like clicking around like an idiot. Oh, that was bad. Because I'm not healed up yet. Let's do this. Okay, let's try this again. Again, I should be just doing all heal all the time. Is this guy gonna get on the action? Yep. Okay, another one down. Now, he might be a rune keeper? Yeah. Minstrel. Oh. So he's a healer. That's 4. What level is he, though? It's 31. So this probably isn't too much of a challenge for him. But yeah, Minstrel's, yeah, the healing class in this game. Rune keepers can as well. I think lore masters can as well. It depends on... So I remember my friend Jason... he played a lore master as his main, and he loved a lot of it, except that when he was in a group, a lot of what they expected of you was to be a healer. And he was like, yeah, you know, that's not what I signed up for with the lore master, because, you know, that's what a minstrel's for. I think lore masters are really good at crowd control, and I think he enjoyed that. But the healing part, he didn't love. That's what they expected him to do. Okay. Man. They're going to make me do this whole thing, aren't they? this guy's going to spot me. Or maybe not. Oh, nope. They did. I wonder if there are certain things like a marksman is more likely to spot you than a rough and tumble grunt. I think I interrupted him there. Nice. Now, if that's a gaunt protector, will that get me what I need? See how much damage I can put on this guy before the other guy comes to. Not enough. Oops. Too late. I don't know if I was getting lag or if it was some effect on me, but I couldn't, the timing of my clicks went off, and that's why I ended up doing a spear, shield. Oops. I'm gonna die again. I was not paying attention. So again, here, you know, it used to be that you'd have to retreat. Now they're gonna let you revive for 15 of these coins, and that's fine. And then usually, oops. Item's about to break. Let me... Yeah, I gotta look. There's like something of men, I think. Whoops. That I think is actually like a giant health potion in an emergency. What I should be doing is when I see that I'm about to get overwhelmed, I should pop that one that boosts my defense up a lot, and then go from there. Oops. Okay. Nope, still didn't get it. Fantastic. Yeah, let me look in character, skills. Careful step, forced march. First, shield slam, yeah. Battle preparation, sure. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't have it. Maybe it's just a level 30 kind of thing. Wait, how did you get up there? This is bad. Okay, so I'm going to pop this now. That's bad. Then pop up. Let's stop you. I guess it matters like if I have them in front of me, because I'm not getting group damage, I think, on the summoned servant. Okay. Nope, still alive. It's such disrespect. I'm not even gonna acknowledge you're still alive. All right. There's clearly a lot more to this ruin, but so obviously if you're wondering, this is telling me that some of my equipment is damaged because I've died twice, which is a little humiliating, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the art direction, when you like I was saying, like when you approach evil, it looks like it's evil. You know, these ruins, I feel like they do a good job with these kinds of artifacts and the way the sky darkens, the dread, all of it. I feel like it's a nice effect. But at the same time, there's nothing to do because everybody's dead, so. When stronger adventurers than I have cleared the path, now I just gotta wait for the path to respawn. Maybe I went to maybe I'm supposed to go up to the top there? Yeah, so lore masters, I think that's a lore master. They clearly get pets. It's not the, like, druids and stuff. There's no druid. But at one time, the lore master was the only real mage class. And so it made sense that they sort of got the pet. I liked the idea that there was only one mage class because, in theory, this is supposed to be a relatively low magic setting. So I don't know if people were disappointed when they added the Rune Keeper, which was like this... The Rune Keeper is sort of an interesting... It was added, I think, around the same time as the Warden, and I feel like it's sort of got a similar complexity. I don't know if similar complexity, but basically you can sort of decide what you're going to do by how you build your casting. I think. This is how it works. Here we go. So you can start casting like cantrips or whatever that bring you toward healing, or you can start casting cantrips that bring you toward attack. And you just have to decide like which way do you want to go with it. And so you're sort of, so that's why I feel like it's sort of similar to the Warden in that regard, where you're sort of like, am I buffing, am I healing, am I just going all out on the attack? You know, you're sort of deciding what you want to do. There we go. Finally. Again, I'm not paying attention to my health, so let's start healing. Get some safeguard going, then get some persevere going. They should stack, and that should get me up in no time. Renew my safeguard just to be sure. Can we put a bleed on this guy? Seems like it shouldn't work, but there we go. Bleeds on, so that should do it. Assuming it doesn't resist. There we go. Let's get out of here. Just gonna yeet out of here and keep going. Sir, do you have time to hear about our Lord? Nope, I do not. I'm out. Alright, so now if we want, we can just book back. Shove our crotch in his face again.
There is a gaunt lord here.
What do we got? We got armor. I'm going to take the boots because I can't use the other thing. Book 2, Chapter 11, The Stone Speaker. Talk to Eric the Stone Speaker in Harlog. Lug, however you say it. So what I need to do is I need to do that, and I also need to repair all my stuff from when I just got killed. What was that? Was it boots? It was. Okay. So she's a merchant. Can she repair?
I'll try to help you if I can.
Let's see. It doesn't seem to compare. 8 fate, 3 vitality compared to everything else. No, thanks. What do we got? Leathers, no. Opals, no. Whetstones, nope. Can I use that? 14, eventually, yes. 31, what's this? 20. Oh, that's a halberd. I can't use that. Can I? Is that like a spear? So if that's the case, what's the point of this? 31, 31. Don't need a tailor thing. Yeah, I feel like a two-handed axe I'll never be able to use. Okay. What else? See, again, if I ever become a scholar, if I ever get that sorted out. I don't even know where you do that anymore, to be honest with you. I like having the extra bonuses. I'm going to sell that. 15 armor, no. Nope. Okay, that I should swap in. Nope. Okay, so let's guess find those earrings. Da 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 da. Yeah, sorry, it's all like a giant pile of mush in front of me, and I'm trying to pick out the earring. There we go. And now which one do I want to get rid of? 3 fate, so it's the top one. There we go. Gets me a little bit more fate.
What do you need?
Now again, we're at basically 3 gold, almost 600. So I mean, we're just raking money in. Who was I supposed to speak to? Eric the Stone Speaker. Oh, okay. I was about to say where. Okay. So now we're heading into the swamp. So I have to admit, it's fine. I like running around the lone lands by the Forsaken Inn and up here going into the Blood Swamp. I like all of that, fighting the whites. I like all of that more than I like fighting whatever we're about to do in the swamp down to the south. This is when I'm kind of like, okay, you know, I'm ready to move on to the next area. But I can't because this is the book. If I were just trying to level, if I didn't care about the books, then... And you can do that too, right? You can take all the side quests and you can just level the crap out of your character. So that you're so far gone from the level requirements of the area that they don't pay attention to you anymore. I don't know if these folks actually attack or if if it's like a little town. If they attack, I don't want to deal with them because they're going to absolutely destroy me. Yes, at level 150. It's not even close. Why don't they take care of them? I'm here like level 27. Oh god, I gotta go fight. Got a whole squad of level 150s hanging around. And I confess, I don't know why this part of the world does not interest me the way the rest of the Lone Lands do, but it's always been the case. Nope. I confess I do get sick of like all the mosquitoes and then trying to avoid them because they come at you and stuff like that. That might be it. It's just tedious to get around. Or maybe because by this point I've had a lot of quests in the past where it's like kill 35 bugs and when I was actually taking most of the quests. I think whoever I'm speaking to might be up in that ruin there. So let me make sure if that's the case. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, usually they sort of give you an indication of how to get there by putting a worn path where you can go. Eric the Stone Speaker. All right. Talk to me.
How can I be of service?
I know much about these lands, yes. Do you know from whence my knowledge stems? The dead hold secrets, great secrets, terrible secrets, secrets they clutch to their chests like fire on a winter's day. Memories keep their hearts warm, you see. No, perhaps you do not see. But you shall. Oh, yes. I believe you shall. Okay.
Might I take a moment of your time?
Okay, chapter 11 of book 2. You can learn many things from the dead, but there is one troublesome shade called Emmeline that resists all attempts at communication. Perhaps you may succeed where I have not. Emmeline is difficult. He's bound by pride and deems the living beneath contempt. If you can prove yourself to him, this might grant you enough status in his eyes that he will lend you aid. Beware when you speak to him, he will try and win your trust with pleasant words, then send you off to your doom. You'll find him at the ruins of Osthair. Okay. Chapter 12. Where are we going? Let's take this off of the... Let's cancel this. I don't care about dark blue anymore. Don't care about that. Can we get rid of that? No. Okay. So let's just focus on this. It's just below us. I mean, let me see. Is he just going to say, like, kill... Yeah, just bounties. Okay. Those will be, like, repeatables. Oh, here we go. Thou drawest breath, and yet thou dost wish to speak with me. Thou art not like the man Arik. He is stone-wise and knows the secrets of this land, but even he I despise for his warm flesh and bright-eyed stare. Wisdom will be thine if thou art proven worthy. Dost thou dare to face my warriors? If thou art the victor, then I shall help thee upon thy quest. Fail, and thou shalt not see the light of another day. Bring it. Okay, got the interrupt off. That's good, because I wasn't paying super close attention. Didn't get it off there. Alright. Thou hast defeated my men. Thou art alive, still to draw breath, though ragged and coarse it be. Rest thyself and hearken unto me. Terrible deeds have I done in the name of kings of old. While evil corrupted this land, my men and I stood by and did nothing, ignoring our charge. Now the Red Maid serves Angmar, something we swore to prevent. Irwane, Benedar, cursed us to live as half dead. Such was our failure. So are these kind of the oath breakers that, are they in that sort of vein? Dost thou understand? I will help thee in order to break my curse, but thou must do more to secure my aid. Okay. A fetch quest, perhaps? Or is it just like, hey, you're out of level range now? My fear is that we're out of level range. I think we've hit the same thing that we hit before. How are we doing on... All right, well... So maybe what we'll do is this. I was kind of hoping to get through book 2, but I don't want to... I mean, I guess I could go level up for a while, come back. At the same time, I feel like, you know, you've seen plenty of the game. And what I wanted to do for the last little bit was maybe switch over to my main and just show you some of the areas that you can get to. And just see, like, the world of Middle-earth, you know, beyond just, like, a lower-level character. So why don't we do that? We'll get to that. We'll spend a little time with my higher-level character. And, you know, we'll just roam the world a little bit so you can see what's out there before I sign off on this this 3-part look at Lord of the Rings Online. Hopefully, if you've checked this out, you've seen something you like and you give it a shot. I think it's at least worth a try. It's free, right? I don't know how the quest part works, but yeah. Anyway, all right, I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. I'm here again. I went and got myself a little Dunkin' Donuts to keep going. And like I said, what we're going to do is we are going to finish this off by looking at my main character. Now I realize again I need to reset all of this every single time. I really thought it would save it across the entire account. It does not seem to, so apologies. Let me just quickly do some things here. Frame rate over here. Gambit panel there. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think escort vitals I needed to move down. Just in case. I don't think... Down I'm going to have... I feel like you'd have like 6 escorts if you were in a fellowship. Mount display panel. I don't need this in the middle. Let me put it down here. Let me do this. I probably should have... Bar 1. I apologies. I meant to do this offline, and I forgot. And I also... Do I need to... Wondering if I actually need to put... I'm going to move alerts down a little bit. What I need to do is I also need to up the UI settings. Let me just see if it's the same or not. It is not. So let me bump this up. Boom, boom, boom. Just to make it a little easier, hopefully, to see on the stream. Which means, does this need to... Okay, I think that's good enough for now. But as you can see, there's a way to target yourself, and I don't know what it is. But so here I am. I'm a level 86, I think, warden. As I said, you know, my main was a warden. I mean, who really cares about the equipment? The main thing I wanted to show you is, you know, here we are in Snowborn. And Snowborn, I feel like, is in the Sootcrofts. And the Sootcrofts, I feel like, are in Rohan. So here I am, you know, sort of out and about in Rohan. And nope, that's not right. Everything's different here. Here we go. Now, in Rohan, they introduced, and I'm not going to engage with it here, they introduced a mounted combat system, which I think sucks. Absolutely sucks. Maybe other people have figured it out, but I think it's 100% terrible. I don't enjoy it, and what I end up doing is, and you can see, like, you can get into mounted battles with other mounted creatures. I'm not a fan. But the interesting thing here about Rohan, and I don't know exactly where you do it, but one of these towns, I think, gets wiped out. Where am I? And so part of the quest line, I think, is actually like collecting resources to rebuild it, and I think that's kind of an interesting idea. So Entwade. Just trying to figure out, because they don't seem to tell me where I am here. What I was figuring out is, can I get to Isengard? But, you know, I was saying, like, you know, wardens have the ability to muster. So I can muster in Estelden. These are Evendim. That's where the giant lake is, where everybody calls Everswim. I can muster in Osgaruth, which I think is in the Lone Lands. That was the fortress town we were in last time. We can muster in Rivendell and in 21st Hall. 21st Hall, obviously, is in Moria. I was trying to figure out how to get to... So here you can see I'm on Volume 3, Book 12. So even at level 86, I'm not like, you know, 5,000 books in. What I'd like to do is, again, I'd like to start showing you around a little bit. I probably should have... So first and foremost, let's start mustering, right? Let's muster in... Estelden, I think, is in the North Downs, which is an area we could actually go quest in with the main guy right now. But the North Downs and the Lone Lands are my personal two favorite places to... Two of my favorite places to quest in the original game. So you can see, you know, we've got the Fields of Fornorst. You got Fornorst, which has some higher, maybe it's group content. But basically what we've got here is, if you head to, let's see if we can head to Trestle Bridge. I always have trouble with Stable Master. Here we go.
What do you need?
Trestle Bridge is a town. Let me see if I can. I'm going to fast travel there just because we'll be doing more in a second around the area. But the North Downs is the first time where, the fight is basically. Maybe we won't fast travel. Where the fight is basically on our front step. In Archit, the town burned because, there was some Angmar collusion going on. But this is where, the fight is actually going on. Orcs are, in the area, places are getting sort of abandoned, like the farmsteads. There's like, let's see if some grass forms. I always sort of took it as there's like some, I don't know. So you can see, like, before the grass pops in, the ground looks different. It's not green. So I always took it as a little bit more of like a scorched earth kind of policy going on from the orcs. Farmsteads, like I was just saying, are destroyed, burned out. Of course, as always, there's like the ruins. And the town of Trestlebridge itself, again, if I knew the lore, maybe I'd be familiar with it, but the town of Trestlebridge has been destroyed as part of this fighting. And so it's the first time, at least for me, it was the first time I was like, oh crap, all right, there's a destroyed town here. Not that means anything, but it's sort of like, for what absolutely little it's worth, it made it, oh, it's a little bit more real. Like, yeah, this fighting, this war is not just an abstract. Anyway, at least that's how I saw it. So again, a lot of this area involves questing. There's a lot of orc camps, throughout this place on the southern part of the map. So a lot of it is, you're dealing with that. And then there's the road that takes you into Angmar. Are there two roads that take you? I didn't think so, but... So you can see, like, this, I think there's like a ranger group up there on the left. You can see one of the orc camps up there. The battlements, And so, again, a lot of the quests are going to be like, go kill 12 of these, go poison, the weather, but again, over there you can see the fields of Fornost leading up to way off in the distance. We could probably go there. Well, we'll go to, I'll show you the Trestle Bridge first, since I was just talking about it. Then maybe, yeah, I'll take a quick ride up to Fornost. I think Fornost, again, has some high-level group content. I mean, not high-level. And for this area, I think it's group content meant to be done. I just said it. It's content meant to be done as a group. It's definitely tougher. A lot of, like, ghosts and that kind of stuff going on. So at level 15, that's pretty early to be up here. Well, I mean, who am I to judge? I was trying to do everything early anyway. But the Lone Lands and the North Downs have similar level requirements, about level 20 to 30 or so. There's plenty of level guides out there if that matters. Again, I just stick to the book quests, and mostly takes care of it. There's some quests here that involve like defending this bridge. I think it's like sort of like one of those, maybe it's even an instance book quest. You know, you're sort of fighting on this bridge and fighting another raid on the town. But you can see like, in some ways this feels even like worse than Archit, right? So, yeah, to me, like, this shows, like, you know, yeah, it's not, like I was saying, it's not some abstract thing happening off in the distance. It's actually upon us. And if, you know, you go to North Downs is just, you know, above the Shire. So, you know, the Shire, you know, in the books are like, oh, but that seems so far away, and so, you know, why should we get involved and blah, blah, blah. And not that this, you know, map is spatially accurate to anything, but I think it sort of helps me. But I do feel like they went for some version of accuracy, and I feel like this helps me sort of picture, like, yeah, you know, that take by the Shire was not accurate. It was, I think it was closer than they realized. And, you know, thinking it was never going to come for them sort of has your head in the sand a little bit. But yeah, so you see the four notes. I confess I don't know the lore, so... Oh no, well, let's turn this off. But I appreciate how this game sort of, like I was talking about, like, you know, in the Lone Lands, you know, when you come to a place that's evil, you know it, right? So here you're starting to get the first inclinations because everything's dead. So you can see the Cav Fire is a level 15. I think that's a champion. And I've heard that's a pretty good PvE solo class because you just do maximum AoE damage. You can just cut through things. But I always had trouble. I got really frustrated is not the right word. But again, it was one of those things where, like, I never found a class where I could, you know, accidentally get swarmed and survive until the Warden. I guess I could do... I guess if I did that with the Guardian, I survived. But the Guardians, you know, as you might expect, you know, they're just your classic frontline tank. So there's less moment-to-moment decision-making in how you tank. You just sort of take it. You know, and then you do very little damage. So, you know, fights go a little bit slower, and felt like you're achieving the same holistic goal of being a tank, but you're doing it with less moment-to-moment decisions, even if those decisions maybe aren't the most interesting. You know, because I'm just going like 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. But, you know, I'm in my head, I'm like, you know, I am sort of making... I could have swore this place was haunted, but maybe it's just like a massive... orc camp. Now you can... Nobody's going to bother me because I'm so over-leveled that they ignore you. I believe. I'm hoping. What are these guys? So... Oh, they're normal. I thought there were some... I really thought at one point this place was like a fellowship area. But again, you know, like I've been playing this game for so long that it's hard to remember what changes when. And I know a lot of things have been done to make it more solo friendly. Now, when you have one of these mustering horns, that means that's something useful for creating a fellowship. Again, I'm not going to look for that just because, but so yeah, you can sort of, if you get like a group and they're all over the world and you're like, hey, let's group up and do this. And they're like in Angmar and one's in Mordor. And you can use this mustering horn if you join a fellowship and it sort of collects them all together. So let's muster now back in Estelden where we started. So I think hunters have more options of where they can muster. But the wardens do get a few. And they're sort of like the big ones. So let's now go to the stable master. And let's travel to Angmar. So we're going to go through the other side of the North Down. So you sort of saw, you know, so yeah, Fornost is like a massive orc encampment. You know, they're almost a straight shot into the Shire from there. Estelden, you can see, is like, there's some rangers walking around. So this is sort of like a ranger outpost. I won't get into what the story is doing at the moment because I don't want to spoil where we left it off in case you decide, yeah, let me pick this up and give it a shot. You know, this pastoral setting is still a little bit intact. Some kind of like giant folk wander around here. But, yeah, hold on to it, though, because it is all about to go away. So I don't know, honestly, as I've said over and over and over, anything about the lore. Angmar looks like, from how they depict it here, that it was once, in a very different time, like a normal place that's just been absolutely ravaged by evil. And of course, if you got the Witch King there, that would make sense, because of course it's, the first 50 levels of the original game was called, Shadows of Angmar. Was Witch King in the title? I can't remember. But here we go. Now we're entering Angmar. Ramduath. And you can see there's like, you know, there's towns. There's of course the Carn Dûm, the main castle. And it makes me kind of wonder if at some point, like, you know, were these just normal towns? Were these, you know, places just, you know, was it just like a lord's castle above? And it just turned into a nightmare. So already you can see, like, everything's barren. You know, they bring the pouring rain just to... So yeah, we're making our way here, and I think we're going to end up in this sort of settlement here. Okay, yeah, you're starting to get a piece of it, right? It's just a wasteland. Let me see. Let's mount. Nope, that's not it. Shift 1. So here we are. There's an outpost down here. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, there's an outpost down here. Where can I go?
Great in Southron.
Yeah, let's just fast travel here real quick. So yeah, you can see it's like an outpost hidden in the mountains here, sort of in a obviously I've done about I've done a bunch of questing here. That's why they're saying you saved us, we're in your debt, blah blah blah. Because, you know, obviously at some point the book quests are going to take you here into Angmar. But yeah, let's see if we can go from here. So you can see it's alright, it's got like this sickly pallor over the land. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut north and then see if I can get to this road and start making my way. There's a lot of things here where you can just instantly, without realizing it, like stumble into dread. So I guess you have to be a little bit cautious of that. You know, when I see things like these statues, I automatically think like, oh, I wonder if I get too close to them, do they just start beating you down with dread? But again, you can see it's like Nora Bogger and stuff. You're fighting the same bugs. They just switch up the names. So, and I don't necessarily blame them for that. I'm sure it takes a lot of resources to do creature design and blah, blah, blah. But essentially, you're just, you know, when it's like kill 10 of this, and a lot of the time you've seen most of them before somewhere. But if you're more familiar with the movies and the books, you know, so you see level 47. So level 50 is where the old game maxed out. So this would be end game content for the original. It feels like, you know, a little bit of, you know, Frodo and Sam sneaking behind the Black Gate and, you know, that kind of vibe where everything is enemy territory. There is no respite or safe place. You're on your own the whole way. This is, like I was saying, this is truly enemy territory. You know, anything here, like there's a camp up here that Gath Forthnir, maybe that's where I should have been going, but you know, it feels like, you know, guys hiding in a cave doing their best to contribute in the smallest way, right? Like, they're not going to save this place, but if they can to great risk to themselves, do any small little part, they're willing to do it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Nope, I want to go this way. I think. And I assume, I mean, again, you can see it's not just, I mean, it's just destroyed. Everything is destroyed. And I think at some point, I assume, like, high-level raids in the original game involved tackling the Witch King in some capacity. Yeah, Iron Crown Runners. These are like Angmar's guys, I guess. Yeah, just being around some of them can ding you up a little bit. I think that way starts to take you to the encampment. Like that little outpost, but we're going to skip that for now. Lurkers, creepers, those are all like spiders. So here we are now on the approach to Carndune. These are we're gonna go through the cities that sort of are right on the outskirts of the castle. And you're seeing like these flags here, these were some of the same symbols that adorned things in the early book quests, right? Like whenever you'd see I don't know what that red X means, so let's figure it out. Can I just go in there? You can see dread's already starting to build up a little bit. These are elite orcs. Now, they should leave me alone because, again, I'm way over leveled. That's what I'm counting on. Sort of waltz through here a little bit. But yeah, these were areas that certain books, certain official story quests occurred in here, and you had to get a group together, and if you didn't, you couldn't proceed. So this was always the choke point. And it was a very particular, I don't know if it was like book 3, chapter 7, it was a very specific one where like you'd always just see everybody like, yep, that's what we're doing. We need folk. Anybody looking to do it, we need more people. But you can see we're getting right there. Now, I might not be able to go in here. This might be another one of those instanced areas. The Gates of Shadow. Oh, I do have the key. Okay. So here we are approaching... Oh, there we are. We've officially entered. Yeah, I feel like at some point they're going to stop me and make it an instance, but I don't know where. So again, you see a mustering horn, which means this is a place where you can start to gather people if you needed to. Now, I remember the first time, because a lot of the times in the past I could not get groups together. And before they made all of this more solo friendly with like a lot of the quests, the official quests, the only way I was able to see this again was as a burglar. Go stealth mode and just walk right by everything and take a little sightseeing tour. You can't fight anything because you'll get destroyed. I guess some of these are normal, but there's a lot of things here that, like those trolls, they're elites, and all of a sudden you're dealing with something that's way beyond what you can handle. So it's sort of like this tension, like, if any one of these things notices me, I'm done. But I did it anyway, and so I would just sort of sneak through, and it was a lot of fun. Like this, the Karn Dune Gatekeeper, he's a nemesis, which means he's not just an elite, he's an elite. So, yeah, I feel like at some point they're going to stop me. Another mustering horn, which means this is another... The Karn Dune, the capital of Angmar and the former stronghold of the Witch King. Angmar's shadow has returned to this city in the form of a false king, Mordarith, steward of Angmar. Let me just see if it'll let me do it without having to group up. It's a level 50 thing. Since I'm again level 80 something, I'm hoping I don't actually have to deal with it, but I just want to see what's inside.
Karn Dune, the capital of Angmar and the former stronghold of the Witch King. Angmar's shadow has returned to this city in the form of the false king Mordarith, steward of Angmar.
So as you can see, everything is elite. So you cannot tackle this on your own. Oh, they're coming after me? Now, I should be able to... Assuming they don't knock me off the... Alright. So there you go. At least now you can sort of see Karn Dune. Let's muster in Rivendell. Actually, in the Lone Lands, you're not that far from Rivendell. You can cut east to the Trollshaws, and you're right there. But Rivendell, I think, is beautifully realized. Now, I know, technically speaking, the movies came out before the game. They only have license to the books. They don't have any, obviously, the movie license, but you can't help but wonder, there has to be some overlap, right? Did I never activate this one? Of course, the last homely house. As you can see, Bilbo Baggins, of course, he would be here at this time.
Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment?
Oh, Bilbo. Absolutely not. You shut your mouth. Yeah. And, what else is going on here? Obviously, a bunch of questing happens here. The guest chambers, and one of them is Elrond's whatnot. Bilbo's room. Elrond's hall. It's hard to think about, there's what it isn't, but you know, because it's a game and it has to be what it's thinking, this just turns into like a giant. So yeah, here's Elrond's Hall. It just turns into a giant, like, bus station of people coming, going. Like nobody's on top of who's leaving or entering. It's just a mess. But it does have this secluded. You know, within the geography at least, this secluded pocket of, peace that's been able to avoid everything that's going on. That's horrible in the outside world. But yeah, just really nicely done from an art direction standpoint. Let's see, where else can we go? I don't know where a lot of these places are. Let's see. We're in Rivendell. The Trollshaws are all of this, but where else can we go? The Misty Mountains? Yeah, let's check the Misty Mountains real quick. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm not seeing... I wasn't seeing any fast travel options to get to the Misty Mountains. I feel like so it's hard to say, like when you level up, you don't have to see everything, if you know what I mean. So maybe for my level 40s, early 40s, I didn't do the Misty Mountains. Instead, I did Fornost or, sorry, not, Forest Shell. Oops, now I'm running into trees like I'm a hot mess. But yeah, you can just see like Rivendell is like this just beautifully well done. And I remember even it's so dumb. Like the first time, I made it to Rivendell, you have it evokes sort of the same feeling that, when you're watching the movies, it's the first time like the hobbits see it for themselves, like coming down the hill. And it's just like a stunningly beautiful contrast. Oops, I think I want to go this way. To some of the things you've been encountering along the way. Like the Lone Lands, for instance, right? That's sort of been laid waste a little bit. By this point you've done North Downs, which, as you saw, has entire towns destroyed. I think I want to go this way. Nope, turn too much. So I guess that's the thing, right? I guess they were saying like a sort of a lieutenant of the Witch King or whatever is in Angmar now, not the Witch King, which I guess makes sense because the Witch King is... I'm trying to remember... Because I think it's in this game as well. You can see, of course, the snow is starting to appear. But it very much feels like, you can go up here. Again, you're not going to be seeing full towns. It's going to be outposts and... There you go, Gloin's camp. It's doing his part. Let's open this up. No, I don't want the mission recruiter, I want the stable master. So yeah, you can see, you know, you got, but, you know, it can really feel like, you're sort of at the top of the world, right? Like, you know, like the Misty Mountains, how, like, I think that's where the Fellowship, they get stuck in the, at least in the movies, they get stuck in the ridge during the massive snowstorm, and, you know, Legolas can actually walk above it, and everybody else is sinking into the, like, waist-deep snow. You can sort of see how it, could get like that the further north you go into... And of course, inside the Misty Mountains, a lot of goblin camps. Up here is, this might be the one high-ish level raid, for the time at least, that I ever did, was up here, I think. And you end up fighting a dragon. Yeah, I forget exactly what we did, but you can sort of see, right? You can see up here, there's like, you know, a bridge, there's goblin camps that you can go inside the mountains and deal with stuff in there. But again, you know, like with everything, I feel like they've really done a great job bringing to life, you know, this world that was very well realized in writing already, but yeah. The bitter stare again. Maybe if you know this stuff, it means something. I wasn't familiar with it, but yeah, I forget what the story was here, but yeah, somehow you get inside here and there's a giant dragon, and it was like 24, 25 of us. I was playing, I think, my champion at the time. You know, my good friend, he was playing his lore master. I think we did it together. And I'll be honest, like, I tried to do what I was meant to do, which is, yeah, so this is going to be one of those instances. I'm not going to bother with this, but I tried to do as I was supposed to. You could probably solo it if you're high enough level, but I'm not going to put that to a test now. Let's go to Moria, and I'll show you a little bit there. And I just tried to keep up. Like, I knew I could do two main things: interrupt buffs and AoE mobs. So I just tried to focus on those two things and not screw up. And I think I did an okay job, but, you know, we didn't win the day because of me. But here we are now in Moria. Now in Moria, you can see your mounts are grayed out. The War Steed is what you use for mounted combat. And it's kind of got like these controls where it made me so nervous when I started playing Elden Ring, but the controls are sort of like, not exactly like this, but sort of like a space sim where, like, you just sort of set your speed and you just go in the direction you're pointed. And then, you know, if you want to turn, you have to, like, turn, but then you continue in that direction. So that you don't have to focus on, but then what ends up happening is, like, you end up like a million miles away from each other. So what I tend to do is I just come to a stop, or I'm barely moving, and I just circle the enemy and just beat him to death like we're standing still. So here we go. This is the 21st hall. This should be impressive. And again, this was the first expansion, so we're in the 21st Hall. And, you can pull back, and this is sort of the neighborhood, so to speak, but you can pull, can you pull back again, or is that the whole thing? I guess this is the whole thing, but you can see, like, they've made Moria an entire area just like anywhere else, really, right? Mirkwood, with Lake Town and stuff. Mirkwood I thought was pretty well done. I don't know if I can get there from here, but yeah, you can sort of see, like, a lot of Moria is really well realized, but what ends up killing it for me is navigating it, because you'll want to go here, but you can't quite get there, and, like, this is a hassle, and, like, wait a minute, is there, like, a ridge here that I can't get around, so I actually have to go around this side of it? It gets really frustrating, I will say. Yeah, Lothlorien, is where it's kind of nice. It's where you exit, Moria. You're in here from level 50 to level almost 60, right? And so and at the time there was nowhere else to go to level. This was the level 50 to 60 area, and it was, it was cool, but it was also like you're never seeing, the sky. It really does succeed in some of that, like, oppressive vibe of just being trapped underground. So then, when you emerge and, the next thing on the other side is Lothlorien, it's very much like that Rivendell vibe of, like, it's, this beautifully realized, beautiful area to look at. Let's see where we can go here.
The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm.
So I could just fast travel, like... Ooh, I could go straight to Mordor? Oh no, yeah, I was like, that's not a good idea. So I'm going to do this, and we'll just take, this is going to take it. So when you're underground, you have to ride a goat. So one of your mounts turns into a goat. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the scenic route to the first hall. And just let you get a look at, what Moria is like. I love... Oops, sorry, I just banged my mic. I love fast traveling in Moria because, again, then I don't have to worry about, taking the wrong way and thinking as the crow flies is the right path, when in reality it's very much not. But yeah, so as you go through the books in this game, like, volume 1, 2, 3, whatever, obviously the main story progresses as well, because it all takes place tangentially to the main story of the novels Lord of the Rings. So when you come here, the fellowship has already passed through, and it sort of made people realize, hey, we need to, we can't just let evil take Moria. We've got to start trying. We got to start pushing back. And so that's sort of why everything is sort of how it is here in Moria. The 21st Hall has sort of been set up as an outpost, like a foothold here for reclaiming Moria. And, yeah, and then the quests take you through to the other side. Yeah, you can sort of see, like, it's really impressive. It's just, and it's why it sort of broke my heart that it was so irritating to quest in, because, I loved the base game, and so when they announced an expansion for it and you announce it's Moria, like, oh yeah, hell yeah, I'm on board, right? But now in the movie, is this the hallway where they get chased by the swarms of goblins as they get to the You Shall Not Pass bridge? Anyway. What are these guys? They're level 58. Okay, so this would be nearing the end of your time in Moria, getting to the first hall. And like I said, I just stick with the book quests at this point to get through this as fast as possible. And much like the rest of it we were showing you earlier, it works, you know, like you'll mostly get the experience you need to proceed. You don't need to stop and smell the roses too much. All of which I was very grateful for. So again, this is probably, you know, the bridge of Khazad-dûm. You know what? Let me stop. Because the whole point of me going to the first hall was actually because I wanted to get to, I think this is the bridge of the You Shall Not Pass. Maybe? And that's why it's broken. I'm going to guess there is some... See, because there's a mustering horn here, I'm going to guess there is some high-level group quest that will let you deal with the Balrog. But yeah, there you go. So there we go. We've done this. Let's muster in the 21st hall really quickly again. And let's find the stable master. Let's quickly...
The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm.
Right, Gondor is here, but you gotta be level 130. I don't know where Stanguard is. That might be some Rohan stuff. Maybe not, because there's Rohan, which is where we sort of started all of this, right? So yeah, let's head over. Let's swift travel to Lothlorien. Oh, you can sort of see, like, you know, the Uber isn't a horse; it's one of these majestic elk. So again, this was, you know, I mean, part of it was my frustration of not enjoying Mordor, but coming out from there for 10 levels to stuff like this was like, ah, finally. Again, just beautifully realized. Obviously, you know, a lot of people have the visuals from the movie in their head, and I feel like this game doesn't disappoint in that regard. I don't want to call it, you know, I don't see it personally as derivative because but it definitely has some parallels, but there you go. Where does this go, though? Yeah, so here we can go into the Dunland. I don't know where the Dunland, let me... Oh, you can cut from the Misty Mountains. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that was a thing. Lake Town I've never been to. I assume you can get there. Dol Guldur is in Mirkwood, which I think is where the... Is that where the Witch King or the Nazgul hail from? There we go. And you can start to see, like, you know, Mirkwood gets back to being like everything's in ruins, etc., etc. Let's see. Helithier. Let's see if we can fast travel to Helithier. Actually, let's take the slow road just so you can get a little view of Mirkwood. Mirkwood was one of my... I don't know if the module itself is actually any good for Middle-earth role-playing, but it was one of... Isengard and Mirkwood were some of my favorite modules that I used to own. And honestly, as a kid, it could have just been something as simple as I loved the cover art. You know, it could be that dumb, right? I mean, that's not dumb, but you know, I was a kid, and you know, the things that would grab me might not be like, oh, the lore and the, you know, detailed description of the 15 different, like, that wasn't what was going to get me. It was the cover art, the wanting to adventure there and find out what happened simply from, you know, a painting. Yeah, the Middle-earth role-playing books, if you haven't looked at them, the top to bottom, if you're a fan of Middle-earth, they're almost worth getting just to read. The amount of detail they provide about the world is really something. And then beyond that, you know, the artwork in them, especially their covers, are second to none, and just truly amazing pieces of art that, you know, capture, for me, Middle-earth the way maybe for some people like the Ian Raskin, you know, movies of the 70s might for them, like if you were a kid, and that's because those were, I think it's Ian Raskin. I apologize if I don't have that name right, but hopefully you know what I mean, you know. But yeah, you can see again, you know, has been turned into a wasteland. When you get out of the... I don't know if you can sort of hear the music. I personally found that when you get out of the original game's 50, you know, the level 50 areas up to Shadows of Angmar, the music gets a little more... Maybe it's always this way, but to my ear, I start to feel like the synthiness of it a little bit more. It doesn't quite hold up for me the way the original areas, the original game's music does. And one of the things I still appreciate is that they're still putting out content for this game. You know, I think there's another expansion coming out soon, or the one just came. I know the one came out relatively recently that I picked up, but so where are we? Okay, so we want to go north if we can. But how do we get there? I forgot what I was just saying. But anyway. Yeah, so the music gets a little more synthy. The artwork's great. Oh, that they're still putting out content. I think within the book quests, like, the Lord of the Rings stuff is, like, they've gotten to the point where, like, they've, like, thrown the ring in Mount Doom. So part of me is always kind of curious, like, what happens next? Like, because you could see, you know, obviously the grand evil's defeated, but it's not like everything is just gone. You know, there's still orcs and, you know, men who were turned, like, there's still, like, the detritus of, you know, Sauron's efforts to... I don't know where I'm going, to be honest with you. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get to... Trying to get to Dol Guldur, but I feel like I've hit up the side of it. So, can you just go in? I'm a little nervous because it's telling me my level's too low. Oh, that treasure cache, maybe that was like a scholar thing, my scholar level. Yeah, so here we are inside Dol Guldur. Is that what it's called? Yeah. I could see it being a little bit of a labyrinth in here. Yeah, let me see if I can get sort of... Basically what I want to do is can I get to here? And I feel like I'm going the wrong way. So let me follow this... see, where's the road? My fear is that the road is above me. Hear those interesting, the sound design here, the sort of screech. Now again, on its face value, the fact that I'm just sort of, riding around here, it's a little ridiculous, but anyway, Estelin, Evendim, Oscaruth, Rivendell, 21st Hall. Trying to figure out is there a fast way to... Problem is I don't remember the names of places. You can go to Minas Tirith. I don't know if I can get there, actually. It might be too high of a level. Osgiliath is here. Fields of Pelennor. Central Gondor. Oh, Middle Earth. Obviously, Mordor's here. I definitely am not at the right level to go to Mordor. Minas Morgul. Trying to remember where Isengard, right? I've definitely been there. Helm's Deep, you can see. Yeah, I've definitely been to Isengard, and it's really cool, to run around there. The Dunland, Gap of Rohan. I don't know how to get to a lot of these places. That's the problem. Yeah, if you go to Moria, a lot of times, like the hubs, like the 21st Hall, sometimes Rivendell, like they'll give you options to get to places that are far, like to swift travel further than you might expect. Like Lothlorien, so I want to get to Rohan. So let's see if there's ways to get to Rohan from here.
These halls will be great once more.
Yeah, Gondor, no, thanks. So I just clear the level requirement for a lot of Rohan. So let's go to Helm's Deep. Now, Helm's Deep, I don't know if I've been to.
I am afraid of what is happening.
So I've opened up Helm's Deep. Where else can I go?
These are desperate times for the Rohirrim.
Gets the walls back together. So there you go. That is Lord of the Rings Online. That's our limited sort of look at it for now. Maybe I'll come back to it here and there as needed, but otherwise, hopefully, like I've said, you've gotten a sense of what the game tries to capture as far as the world goes, how it presents itself in terms of the stories and the book quests, and how those are executed and how I feel like they're really well done, especially for an MMO. The mechanics, like I said, are never going to blow you away. I can't think of too many MMOs where that's the case, but it's definitely not the case here. It's just old school, crusty MMO mechanics. But if you don't mind that style, if you're a fan of Middle-earth, and you're willing to give a free-to-play game a shot and maybe kick it a few bucks, I feel like you could do a lot worse than Lord of the Rings Online. I love this game. I've owned it basically since release. I've been playing it off and on that entire time, and I still love it. There's still places I haven't been, and it's hard to dedicate the time these days to an MMO and like getting from 86 to level 140 or whatever the max is. There's too many games to play, too many RPGs to play, especially here now that Black Lodge Trivia Night's going. But I really still love this game, even if part of it is nostalgia. That can help me overlook some of the things that, a new player might not be able to overcome. But otherwise, I hope some of this was fun. I hope, some of this was enjoyable. I hope it was kind of cool to see Middle-earth, even if you just sort of, fast forwarded and jumped around a little bit. But again, we appreciate it as always. This is Black Lodge Trivia Night. If you're watching this, you've already found our YouTube channel. We're mainly an actual play podcast. When I'm recording this, the one that's about to go up is our first session of Vaesen, which Matt and I played through, and we had a great time. Really loved how that started. What else is coming up? Who knows at this point, right? If you prefer audio versions of our, once a month we also do a RPG discussion topic podcast. If you prefer audio versions of those, just search for Black Lodge Trivia Night wherever you get your podcasts, and we should pop up. Otherwise, you can watch them here. Everything is online here on YouTube. If you prefer the video versions, subscribe. If you want to chat about RPGs, either CRPGs or tabletop RPGs, you can jump in our Discord. And regardless, we appreciate everybody who's checked us out or, liked and commented, and, we're having a lot of fun, and we hope there's something here for you. So thanks again. Take care, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.